the Officer Tatum Show. All right, getting ready to wrap up the show. I hope that you guys enjoyed. If you disagree with anything I say, I'm open for you calling in. I ain't going to blast you too hard. As long as you have a compelling argument, I think we'll have a good conversation. If you don't have a compelling argument, I recommend that you don't call in and embarrass yourself. But anyway, as we move forward, let me just say this without saying, the video, which I'm glad is performing well on the YouTube channel, the video about the young kid, I'm glad that it's getting good feedback, because it was shameful that they decided to make this kid out to act like he got wearing blackface at a Kansas City Chiefs game, and he had to be like 6, 8, and they shamed him. And it's a shame that they would do a young kid like that. But regardless of that, I'm glad to see the good feedback. I think America is turning the corner. People ask me all the time when I go to these speaking engagements, though, do you think America is turning the corner? You think people are waking up? And to be honest, I do think people are waking up. Now, are they waking up at the speed in which I would desire them to wake up? I don't think so. But I think they are waking up. They are having opportunities to understand what has happened with Biden and vaccines. And when you add all that together, people are starting to realize they got screwed. At least I hope so. I know my family have. I know many people in my family. You know, me and my dad was just watching TV the other night. We were watching the football game. They played a commercial on TV where some teacher was gay. It was like a flamboyant gay dude. And it's, you know, and the sentiment was that America is going to hell if we don't change. Because there was no purpose, no reason whatsoever for them to have a gay dude on the TV like that. It's like, is that your representation of gay people, that everybody's flamboyant, like the dude was twisting his hips like a girl? It's like, really? Is that really how all gay people act? Or is that just your portrayal of gay people? And you want to force that ideology on the rest of us? But anyway, I'm going to leave that for tomorrow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got another show tomorrow, same time, same place. You're listening to the Officer Tatum Show. I'm your host, Brandon Tatum. I want y'all to follow me on all the social media platforms. I'm on YouTube. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Instagram. And if you don't know why I'm on all those platforms, it's because the Democrats are on those platforms. So I got to get on there and correct the record for the next generation. And anybody that tell you that conservatives shouldn't be on TikTok has lost their mind. And the culture war. All right, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Hope you have an incredible night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Is the United States becoming a police state? Dinesh D'Souza's new movie, Police State, answers that question. It's his timeliest and most eye-opening film yet. Watch it today at salemnow.com.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
This is Chicago's election station. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
It's day 5 of a now extended ceasefire in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and 10 more Israelis are expected to be set free.
We believe that we wouldn't be receiving these hostages without the immense military force that was utilized in order to bring Hamas to the negotiating table.
Israeli Defense Forces Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner also just told Fox they keep sending more humanitarian aid into Gaza for Palestinian civilians.
It comes after 11 more hostages were freed overnight as part of this larger ceasefire deal. They were flown here to the Ichilov Hospital in the center part of Tel Aviv, 9 of them children. And we know that they are from the same small community of Nir Oz, taken into Gaza on October 7th. All of them have fathers that are being held inside Gaza.
That's Fox's Trey Yingst. 20 more hostages supposed to be freed today and tomorrow in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners. A literal breakthrough in India. Rescue crews have finally drilled down to where 41 construction workers have been trapped underground for more than 2 weeks after a tunnel collapse. They'll be pulled out one by one through a tube made of welded pipes. Now an update from Fox's Jonathan Savage on the American journalist jailed in Russia since March as an accused spy.
A court in Moscow has extended Evan Gershkovich's pre-trial detention by another 2 months. His custody will now last until at least January 30th next year. Gershkovich denies the charges, and President Biden has called his detention totally illegal.
Now this morning, President Biden will go to Georgia for a memorial service for former First Lady Rosalind Carter, who's been lying in repose there at the Carter Presidential Library. People paid their respects. The family says 99-year-old former President Jimmy Carter, who was also in hospice and was by his wife's side when she died at age 96, will attend today's service. After all the shopping on Black Friday and Cyber Monday, this is Giving Tuesday. People told to donate to charity. America's listening.
15 degrees in Chicago. It's 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An investigation is underway following reports of a shooting on Northwestern University's Chicago campus. University's website announcing last night that police were responding to reports of shots fired outside Wiebold Hall. Later, university officials say everything was cleared and assailants were in custody, but Chicago police say no offenders are in custody. Governor J.B. Pritzker is touting efforts to attract new businesses throughout the state. During a discussion with Crane Chicago Business yesterday, he also discussed crime concerns in the city of Chicago.
Violent crime actually has been coming down for 3 years, but in particular over the last year, violent crime is coming down.
The governor took questions and gave his opinion during a meeting with the publication, claiming that while over the past 2 years, Illinois has seen several large companies move their headquarters from Chicago, the state, he believes, has done a good job trying to replace those companies.
I know everybody wants to go back and focus on, Citadel leaving, but the truth is that we've attracted seriously like a half a dozen pretty significant expansions and or new headquarters.
Police reports seem to refute Pritzker's claims about crime, with major crimes up significantly as car thefts jumped 52%, robberies by 25%. A Skokie man is accused of making numerous fake bomb threats in the northern suburbs and now is facing additional charges. Police say Jacob Spiro made 4 bomb threats in recent months in Evanston. Spiro faces 4 more felony disorderly conduct charges. He was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct in October for making threats in Niles, Glenview, Morton Grove, Skokie, and Wilmette as well. The governor's office is confirming that construction will begin this week on 2 new shelter sites for migrants in Chicago. The sites include a base camp in Brighton Park and a brick and mortar site in the Little Village neighborhood. The 2024 election cycle in Illinois is underway. Monday opened the week-long window for candidates of the 2 major parties to file their nominating petitions. Some waiting in line as early as 3:45 in the morning on Monday, despite a bitter cold. Illinois State Board of Elections spokesman Matt Dietrich tells us what seats are up for grabs.
This time we have, other than president, and presidential candidates don't file till January 4th and 5th, but we have no statewide candidates. There is no U.S. Senator up this year.
There are around 80 judgeships up for grabs across the state on all levels, Illinois Supreme Court Justice Lisa Holder White, who was appointed to her seat, is seeking a full term as a Republican.
We are unique in that we do have to declare a party affiliation, which is, interesting because, of course, everyone wants in a judge someone who's fair and impartial and who's going to follow the law and the Constitution, and those things are very important to me.
The window for major party candidates to file closes December 4. Cook County races include the battle to replace outgoing state's attorney Kim Foxx, and Chicago Alderman Ray Lopez is looking to unseat Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia. In other news, we're following a Chicago family is safe after they were rescued off a Colorado mountain last week. Family of 5 was rescued from Greenhorn Mountain in Pueblo County. They went out without food or proper warm clothing. Police detectives are investigating after 3 food trucks were robbed on Chicago's southwest side. This eyewitness saw the crimes happen near 39th and Kedzie.
One of the guys, he have a large gun, and the others 2, they have a pistol.
A similar theft took place at 31st and Kedzie. Several $100s was reportedly stolen. No need for Illinoisans to worry just yet about that new respiratory illness that's impacting dogs in many other states. The last time Illinois experienced a bad outbreak of a new form of canine influenza was 2015. Dr. Drew Sullivan of Chicago's Medical District Veterinary Clinic tells us there's no cases reported in Illinois so far, and if your dog is congested or just acting mopey, it may just be a regular winter virus.
If you're starting to notice some respiratory symptoms, call your vet first, because maybe they think you need to be seen, but again, if your dog's eating, drinking, playing, acting pretty normal with a kind of dry cough, they might recommend just staying at home.
Sullivan says use some caution. Don't go to the dog park when it's busy, and don't let your dog drink out of communal bowls. Justin Fields marched his team down the field in the final minutes of Chicago's 12-10 win over the Vikings in Monday Night Football.
Play clock at 4. Good snap, good hold, good kick. Bears are back on top with 10 seconds to go.
Buck and Aikman on Monday Night Football. Vikings took a lead with under 6 minutes to go when Josh Dobbs threw a touchdown pass. Justin Fields lost a fumble on Chicago's next drive, but the defense got it back. And Fields says the team picked him up.
Can't fumble. Need better ball security on that. The guys never wavered, so the guys in the locker room appreciate them for sticking beside me and believing in me. Defense did a great job getting us the ball back for that last drive. Offense did a great job executing those plays.
DJ Moore caught 11 passes for 114 yards. His last catch setting up the King Cairo Santos game winner. Chicago has a bye in Week 13. Bulls wrap up the group stage of the NBA in-season tournament when they visit the Celtics at the Garden tonight. Blackhawks look to end a 3-game homestand with a win. Well, they'll take on Seattle tonight at the UC. College hoops, Northwestern a win over Northern Illinois, while Western Illinois was crushed by Wisconsin. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we've hit a new low.
Democrats slam Rashida Tlaib after she supports genocide against Israel. I don't know what's crazier, the Democrats denouncing her or the fact that a congresswoman supports genocide against the state of Israel. We are in dark times.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. A storm is on the horizon. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for storms and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000, 630-834-6000, or charlesequipment.com.
Imagine having all the money you need for retirement, all the income, every month, guaranteed. That's Secure Future Investor, an indexed annuity tied to growth in the stock market, but without any risk of loss ever. It's guaranteed money for life income, no matter how long you live. Call 888-509-2228. 888-509-2228. Sponsored by GP Agency, Inc., Raleigh, North Carolina. Licensed in all states. Performance may vary. Consult with your financial professional before making an investment decision.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
It is 5:11, and of course, let's get an update on the roads in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center, a service of Lowe's. Shop the Cyber Golden Gable deals at Lowe's. Get the best deals of the season, like up to 40% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees, holiday lights, and more. Valid through 11/27 while supplies last, and of course, your selection varies by location. This morning rush is getting off early on the Stevenson inbound 23 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan Express lanes inbound, an accident just cleared inbound right before the Stevenson Expressway. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
It'll be very cold today. Intervals of sun and clouds. A high today at 24. Partly cloudy cold. Night tonight, low 21. Mostly sunny for tomorrow. A bit milder. High 40. Clouds Thursday, the high 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
It's the Season of Inspiration sales event at Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned Mazda, you need to visit Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. You'll find the Mazda you want, and the price you see is the price you get. There are no games, no gimmicks. And right now is a great time to buy a new Mazda with limited time Black Friday savings all month long. Right now, get 0.9% financing on select new 2024 Mazda CX-5s and select new 2024 Mazda CX-90s for 36 months. Or get 2.9% financing on new 2024 Mazda CX-50s for 36 months. And get your Mazda ready for winter by scheduling your next service appointment right online at WilkinsMazdaCars.com. Wilkins Mazda is conveniently located in Elmhurst off York Road and 290, just minutes from Oak Brook, downtown, and Schaumburg. Experience the next level of excellence at Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. Visit WilkinsMazdaCars.com. With approved credit through Mazda Financial Services for qualified buyers, see dealer for details.
Hi, this is Randy Donnelly from Donnelly Auctions in Union, Illinois, with my current want list for upcoming auctions. Guns and military items are always at the top of my list, but I have buyers for vintage automobiles and motorcycles, old gas pumps and automotive signs. Do you have pinball machines and coin-operated games like slot machines, jukeboxes? How about Coke machines and soda machines? Also, neon signs, antique phonographs and music boxes, old toys, especially science fiction and Star Wars. Cowboy and Native American collections like barbershop, ice cream parlor, and saloon items. We'll take one item or an entire collection. We sell it all. Call me before you sell your items outright, because you could be leaving a fortune on the table. And you won't know until you call me at 815-923-7000 or send me an email at DonnellyAuctions.com. My job is to get you top dollar for your collections, so call me at 815-923-7000. I'm Randy Donnelly, and I'll see you at the auction.
Over 30 years ago, the challenge was accepted, and the Pride Stores has been redefining the convenience store experience throughout Chicagoland ever since. In the spirit of giving thanks this month to the surrounding communities for supporting the Pride Store's vision, you're invited to take advantage of their November promotion at the Pride of St. Charles. Buy 8 gallons of gas and receive 20% off your purchase at the Pride Beer and Wine Plus Spirits just next door. That's right, 8 gallons of gas gets you 20% off an amazing selection of local craft beers, high-end wines from Napa, Sonoma, Walla Walla, and Columbia Valley, plus a wide variety of Pride barrel picks. And don't forget about 93 Octane Brewery located inside the same building. Might as well get a pint while you shop. Offer ends Thursday, November 30th and valid only at the Pride of St. Charles on Lincoln Highway. With 17 Chicagoland locations, visit thepridestores.com to find the one nearest you. That's thepridestores.com. The Pride Stores, not your typical convenience store.
Homeowners, are you feeling the weight of credit card debt and high mortgage insurance payments? There's great news for you. Home values have increased and it's time to leverage that to your advantage. Welcome to the Home Value Refinance Solution from Townstone Financial. Your home's increasing value presents an incredible opportunity. With Townstone's Home Value Refinancing Solution, you can use this newfound equity to consolidate high-interest credit card debt and say goodbye to burdensome mortgage insurance payments. Imagine freeing yourself from financial stress. Townstone's experienced team will help you navigate the refinancing process, unlocking the potential in your increased home value. Seize this opportunity. Use the extra equity to reinvest in your home, take that long-awaited vacation, or simply build your savings for the future. Don't let this chance slip away. Call Townstone today at 312-896-2110 or go to townstone.com to explore how your increased home value can transform your financial future. Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 MLS 136639, Equal Housing Lender.
Whether you want to travel on-road, off-road, or off the grid, Line X has you covered. When you want the best protection from everything Mother Nature can throw at you, Line X has that covered too. For high-quality bed liners and truck accessories designed to endure the elements and last a lifetime, ask for Line X Spray-On Protective Coatings and travel on. Don't just protect it, Line X it at Line X of Roselle. This is the truck protection for hardworking folks hauling stuff all over Chicago roads and getting beat up in Chicago weather. Line X of Roselle can set you up with spray-on bed liners and accessories for your truck. They also do undercoat and rust proofing on pickup trucks, cars, and light-duty vehicles. You'll have the peace of mind knowing your truck is protected along with your cargo. Call Steve at Line X of Roselle, 630-980-8020, or go to lineextremetrucks.com. lineextremetrucks.com. Line X of Roselle, a proud supporter of Food for the Poor.
Cable news. Noisy, out of touch, on repeat. Tired of all the lookalikes? So are we. Salem News Channel is here to change the game. Streaming 24/7, free on your TV with the greatest collection of conservative voices. Home to Dinesh D'Souza, Andrew Wilkow, Brandon Tatum, and more. Like you, we say what's wrong and what's right. Unfiltered and unapologetic. Salem News Channel. We're the answer to the mainstream media. Learn more at snc.tv.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Short of going out of business, maybe this is the way to get the attention of political leaders in big cities and in Illinois and not so big cities too. See what happened in Seattle? There's a walkout of employees at Macy's, employees who are represented by the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 3000. They do good work. The walkout, not over wages, not over scheduling, over safety. Macy's is not doing enough to address shoplifting, violent shoppers, and other safety threats to workers and customers. There was an incident involving a longtime employee who said that at her store, this is 20 miles north of downtown Seattle, actually, which is interesting. At her store, she frequently observes shoplifting, even occasional violence. The lack of security affects our customers, too. But when she called 911 about a repeat shoplifter, even law enforcement was familiar with, Macy's suspended her without pay for nearly 3 weeks. And now Macy's workers are saying they're afraid to call police because they worry they'll get in trouble or even lose their jobs. So maybe this is an opportunity as well, since we've heard and talked about these stories, for not only pressure to be applied to political leaders, but also pressure to be applied to corporate leaders to stop treating their employees who are helping to protect their business like the enemy here. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line.
Because that also happened to the Lululemon store. Remember, they ran out, and the manager and the assistant manager ran after the guys who stole their goods, and they got fired.
Well, again, this is corporate policy. We've talked about it where, of the concern about liability. You don't want your employee to intercede and then get hurt, and I understand that. But like in the Lululemon case, that was in Georgia, I recall. You're right. They watched them take all this merchandise off the tables and then run out. Then they just went outside to get the license plate to call police, and they were still disciplined. The one girl, I think, was fired. Right. So that's not putting yourself in harm's way. That's just being a sensible Good Samaritan, where you're not trying to be a hero, but you are trying to do your civic duty to put people who behave that way, commit crimes like that, away, or at least some level of accountability before the law.
We're just hardworking Americans, and you want to protect the product that you're trying to sell. And you know how much Lululemon pants are. I mean, they're expensive, right? You wear them. Because I don't wear them I won't go. Now I go to Athleta instead of Lululemon.
Now, the flip side is, I guess, from if I'm playing corporate shill, well, if Kim Fox says that theft of less than $1,000 isn't worth prosecuting, then it's not worth bothering my employees about it either. We'll just factor that into our bottom line in terms of the losses we're going to take courtesy of thievery, I guess. I mean, that's about the only rationale I can come up with, is just to sort of kick the can back down the road to city halls, whether in Seattle or Chicago. But I think the walkout is interesting. The employees taking it upon themselves to walk out. So, I mean, this is an instance where, I don't know, I mean, I kind of appreciate their perspective, because it is unsafe if you're going to essentially send a signal to that criminal element in a big city like Seattle, big metropolitan area, and say, okay, well, our employees aren't going to do anything. The authorities aren't going to do anything, so have at it. Somebody has to intervene, because that can't stand. Right.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also reach us on our text line, which is up and running this morning, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Another way to do it, this is a little bit more high risk. And, what we're talking about only really works in corporate settings, because the small business owner, doesn't have the luxury of this, because in many cases the small business owner is the store employee, right? Elmhurst. On Friday, police responded to an armed robbery call at the 7-Eleven right downtown, 500 block of South York Street. So this guy displays a handgun at the clerk, saying, "Give me everything, or I'm going to shoot you." And the clerk said, "Yeah, give me that." And the clerk said, "No."
Really? Then what happened?
He demanded again. No.
No.
No, I'm not going to give you everything. So this guy took the Snapple that he stole and left the store without paying. And then he was ultimately tracked down by police. And they're charged with armed robbery with a firearm. I certainly would
wow.
expect that he'll be, per Pritzker's purge law, he'll be out on the street pending adjudication. No, they were actually denied release. He and his associate were actually denied release by a DuPage County judge. So you have that line of defense, I guess, against Pritzker's purge law. That's about it. So, I don't think no is probably the play there when somebody brandishes a gun, generally speaking.
No,
but,
I would comply.
Yeah.
Unless I was armed myself.
The cash in the drawer, not worth tempting fate there. But I do appreciate just take your Snapple and get the hell out of my store. Okay. Paul and Carrie are on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, I wish you would quit with the sensationalism. If you had listened to Mike Scott's quip at the top of the hour from Pritzker, for the last 3 years, crime has gone down in the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're getting your stats from.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Thanks for the call, Paul. That is definitely the line of propaganda that they're pitching. No question about it. Crime is down because over year.
So.
What's that?
Because he said so, crime is down?
Well, because they're pointing to year over year, this year versus last, shootings and murders are slightly down, but all sorts of other violent or violence-adjacent crimes are significantly up. In addition to that, as our friend Rafael Manguel points out from the Manhattan Institute, they're doing this year over year. We had a crime spike in 2019, 2020 that harkened back to the early 90s in Chicago, or even the first couple years of Tiny Dancer. We had a huge spike there, 800-plus murders and so forth. So they're comparing this, relatively modest decline in just a couple of serious categories of crimes, to be sure, murders and shootings. But they're comparing that to, almost historic highs. And what we've seen around the nation is 30-year highs in violent crime. So now murders and shootings are a little bit off this year, and, the declaration of victory from Jelly Belly.
Got a lot of text messages.
Fraud.
Dan and Amy, good people are finally protesting for safety instead of for BLM or Antifa.
Yeah. Workers of the world unite for safety.
Then, another one. No, you guys are wrong. The overlying goal with corporate America and government is to get rid of physical stores. That's why they're letting people steal.
Well, if they want to get rid of physical stores, they can just close them.
Right.
There's no restraint on them moving, completely online. And it doesn't seem like they want to do that because you've seen some of the evasive actions that have been taken by the pharmacies, for example, where everything is behind plexiglass under lock and key. That's not ideal.
Shop like that. I mean, you don't have 2 hours to go to CVS. You go there because it's convenient, easy parking. You run in, you get your stuff, and you leave. But then you have to wait for an attendant. But that attendant's helping somebody else, so then you got to wait for that. So I don't know if that's going to be a sustainable system.
Lenny, Southside.
How you doing this morning?
Good.
Hi, Lenny.
Yeah, what I called about. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm calling about is, what's going on here is that the retailers are charging the consumers, us. So what's happening is this needs to stop because this adds to inflation, and this is why everything costs so much when you're going in the store, because our taxpayer dollars are not being put to law enforcement to stop this, so we're paying out of our pockets for it. This needs to stop.
Thanks for the call, Lenny. Yeah, I mean, definitely those costs are passed on to the consumer, right? Yeah, it's a good point. Mary Kay, Western Springs.
Hi, guys. Good morning. You sound weird today on the app I'm listening. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now I can. Okay.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Maybe you sound
sorry. Probably. I appreciate the safety aspect, like you said earlier, Dan, but I also don't appreciate that people just, swipe off all the free stuff, walk out with $7,000 worth of merchandise, head on to an app or wherever they go and list it all on Poshmark or in the alleys or whatever, and they sell it out. It's become a job.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, too. Right. Thanks for the call, Mary Kay. Sure. I mean, you spawn a cottage industry when you encourage people to steal without consequence, like, again, politicians in big cities, so many of them, and so many sort of weak-kneed corporate C-suite types do.
Well, remember after the George Floyd riots and everybody, they raided the Burberry store on Michigan Avenue? And then lo and behold, 2 days later, there was a long line of people trying to return, I'm saying that in air quotes, stuff at the Burberry and Oak Brook.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on when the looting was at its height, no question. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
It's hard to believe, but 2024 will be here soon. Before you get caught up in all the busy holiday season shopping and whatnot, ask yourself, what are you doing now to put your retirement in a better position for the future? Sean Thompson here for my friend Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group. Tom has prepared a 2023 year-end planning report. This report will show you ways to reduce your tax burden on your retirement savings, income strategies that don't depend on a volatile market, and ideas on how to protect and pass down assets to your loved ones. Tom has been helping build financial plans for retirements for over 2 decades, and he's sharing his knowledge and experience in this report. Call Tom today at 630-934-1855 and ask for the 2023 year-end planning report. That's 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560 The Answer, Saturday mornings at 9 a.m.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Only in Hinsdale. No, not only. I could see this happening in the North Shore, too. Mom sues to have her son reinstated on the Hinsdale South basketball team at 538.
And later, no, this did not happen in Florida, but something happened, and it was seismic. We'll explain, but now let's head into that newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Outside, 15 degrees. And former President Jimmy Carter is planning to attend the memorial service for his wife today, despite being in hospice care himself. Services for the former First Lady Rosalind Carter began on Monday. Israel and Hamas are agreeing to pause fighting for another 2 days. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance.
Kirby says he believes that at least 10 Americans are still being held by the militant terror group. Former President Trump will be the final defense witness in the New York civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. Trump attorneys say the former president will testify December 11. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to bring a bill tying Israel and Ukraine funding to the floor as soon as next week.
Aid to Israel, Ukraine, humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza, and the Indo-Pacific are all related and demand bipartisan cooperation.
President Biden is requesting $106 billion from Congress for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and some small border funding. Sports Illustrated this morning says it's deleted several articles from its website after publishing them apparently under fake names and with fake author headshots, all created with artificial intelligence. The existence of the articles was revealed in a report from the Futurism website, which could not find any evidence of the author's existence. An investigation is underway following reports of a shooting on Northwestern Chicago campus. It happened outside Wiebold Hall last night. University officials say everything is all clear. However, Chicago police say no offenders are in custody. Governor J.B. Pritzker is touting his efforts to try and attract new business throughout the state. During a discussion with Crane Chicago Business, he also discussed concerns around skyrocketing crime in Chicago.
Violent crime actually has been coming down for 3 years, but in particular over the last year. Violent crime is coming down.
The governor gave his opinion yesterday during an event sponsored by the publication, a midday event. Meantime, the governor also defended Illinois from companies who have left the state. Police reports also seem to refute Pritzker's claims, with major crimes up significantly as car thefts jumped 52% and robberies 25% in the city of Chicago. Chicago sports, Justin Fields marched his team down the field in the final minutes of Chicago's 12-10 win over the Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Play clock at 4. Good snap, good hold, good kick. Bears are back on top with 10 seconds to go.
Cairo Santos with the game winner, Bucket Aikman on Monday Night Football. And head coach Matt Eberflus says it was all about execution in the final drive of the game. Bulls take on the Celtics later on tonight, while the Blackhawks will battle the Seattle Kraken. AM 560 news time is 5:35. We will have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Brandon Tatum is looking for something real from the White House.
Let's renew our sense of connection with each other and reinforce the importance of our unity. I think that's really important.
What does that mean? She said nothing. What is she even talking about? You gotta try hard to be this fake.
The Officer Tatum Show. Weeknights at 7, right before Jay Sekulow at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor Program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs.
Food for the Poor is working with local partners to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And guess what? Your business can be a part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. And thanks to a generous match, that donation will help feed more than 30 children for an entire year.
When you do that, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
Call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. Or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Food banner.
You've heard me talk about my love of coffee over and over again. I'm here to tell you I have discovered one of the best brews I've ever tasted and a company that I cannot wait to support. I'm here to tell you about Bone Frog Coffee. The Bone Frog is a sacred symbol in the SEAL teams. It honors those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. Bone Frog was founded by Tim Crook Shank, a former Navy SEAL and 25-year Navy veteran. Bone Frog honors the fallen, those who gave everything for our freedoms and our American way of life, by giving 10% of all the proceeds to benefit many of the U.S. Navy SEAL foundations. Here's what I need you to do. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Get 10% off your first order. You will also get 15% off Bone Frog Coffee subscriptions. Just enter Liberty at checkout. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. That's bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Taste one of the best brews you ever tasted. 10% of the proceeds go to benefit the Navy SEALs. You'll feel good. It's an American company. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 16 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap, but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
5:39, and let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is the service of StarCase. When you need to protect your valuable equipment, put it in a StarCase. The most dependable road cases you can buy, designed and made right here in the Midwest. Go to starcase.com to order your case now. CTA Yellow Line service for another week appears to be suspended until further notice. Woodridge, report of an accident, Joliet Road and International Parkway. Bishop Ford already seeing the inbound heavies between 115th and the Ryan Merge. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 516 Weather Center forecast. For today, very cold. Clouds and sunshine and a high only of 24. Partly cloudy and cold, 21 overnight. Tomorrow, not as cold, a high near 40. Currently 15 at O'Hare, 16 at Midway, 17 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance, arrogance, ignorance and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Hinsdale South on this installment of Sports and Politics. Mom sues Hinsdale South after her son, a two-time all-conference pick, is cut from the basketball team.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also reach us on our text line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Yeah, he was on varsity his sophomore year, his junior year, and then he got cut his senior year.
Aaron Savage, his mom, she alleges that the Hinsdale South basketball coach, Michael Belcaster, cut her son Brendan after tryouts this fall in retaliation for the family filing a complaint against the previous coach, Michael Moretti. Belcaster, the current coach, was the sophomore coach under Moretti last season. Now he's the varsity coach. And this goes back to her filing a complaint against Moretti, the previous coach, for allegedly bullying and verbally abusing her son. Aaron Savage, I've never filed a lawsuit before. Our 6 kids have been involved in approximately 31 varsity sports at the high school. Who's counting, though? I've never complained about a coach, but we've also never encountered someone who thinks he can do whatever he wants. That was Moretti, the previous coach. Again, there's no real question that her son probably is good enough to play varsity. I mean, again, all conference twice, and he was named Athlete of the Week and at one point, and so on and so forth. So he's a pretty good basketball player.
Yeah, that's not in question. But if you're a good basketball player, then you should be on the team.
You should. Is that the only qualification?
Coaches look at other. No, you're right. Coaches look at other things too, attitude. But I mean, he wouldn't be named all conference 2 years in a row if he had a bad attitude. Because coaches vote on that, and coaches all talk to each other, so they know that he's got to be a good kid, and he's ripped. I mean, you see his picture; he's in great shape. Why does he have to pay for the sins of his mom? What? Because his parents filed a complaint, not him.
Yeah, May 7th, mom, Aaron Savage, filed a complaint with the school board against the previous coach, verbal abuse, bullying, humiliation. I'd like to know the details on that. Verbal abuse, bullying, and humiliation, that is too vague these days, especially.
I know. I read the whole article, too, and it left me wanting so much more. Well, what exactly was your version or your definition of bullying? What happened to him?
The board, in its infinite wisdom, said concluded the preponderance of the evidence does not substantiate that the coach bullied your kid, but they went on to say his interactions have been inconsistent with the high standards of professionalism expected of all employees under board policy, whatever that means. Again, how do you decipher this without having the details, knowing how these government school districts operate? I mean, they're horror shows all the way around. However, the idea that this is a matter for civil litigation. By the way, she's not just asking for substantive relief in the form of her son being reinstated on the team. She's also asking for $75,000 in attorney's fees.
Right, and the family's attorney doesn't want him on the team. They want him to play. Like, you can put him on the team and he could sit on the bench, and that's the same form of retaliation. But we want him on the court.
Yeah, well, that's how you want to. That's how you want high school sports to go, is through the courts, the courts of law, not the basketball courts. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Here's my default position. Yeah, there's something between the coaching staff and this kid, or this kid and his family. I don't know. Maybe it's just the family. Maybe it's just mom. Maybe it's just the kid. They don't want the headache. Coach's prerogative. That's my default on it. What's yours?
I think that he should. I honestly think that he should be on the team. I mean, he scored 35 points in their loss to Proviso East last season. He started as a sophomore and a junior.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are you playing to win, or are you playing to get back at a kid that's not even 18 years old yet? Who's still
Are
a
you
minor?
are you playing to win? Is that what you? Again, you're a coach. That's
at the varsity level, you play to win.
You play at every level. You play to win, but that's not the totality of the experience or the point of sports, is it? That was not a rhetorical question.
No, it's not, because you want to build character and you want to have people on the court that get along, and you don't want to have headaches. Like, if you know a player's a head case and has some drama, and if it's a choice between that player and somebody who's got a little less drama but might not be that talented,
yeah,
you'll probably take that kid.
The athletic graveyards are full of guys with tons of talent who couldn't get their act together, either in terms of attitude or off the court / field behavior, and they became more trouble than they're worth. I'm not saying that's the case with this kid, because I don't know.
I know. I just
that's
wish
why I'm
we
saying
had more information.
But that's why I'm saying. So what's the default? The default is coach's prerogative. And the idea that you're going to, first of all, his attorney, the kid's attorney or the mom's attorney, I guess, says this is some sort of First Amendment case. I don't know how this is possibly a First Amendment case.
Yeah, but he's, quote, "This is about what I feel is retaliation of his First Amendment rights. He spoke out against the coach. They substantiated it. The coach got demoted. He tries out for the team. He's all conference as a sophomore and junior, and now he doesn't make the team as a senior. That doesn't pass the smell test in my book."
Well, first of all, the smell test is not the threshold question for a First Amendment case, counselor. What a clown. No, actually, in terms of his First Amendment rights, he can speak out against the coach, and the coach you can call it retaliation, or you can call it discipline, or you can call it a decision he made in the best interest of the team. How's it violative of his First Amendment rights? Your First Amendment rights do not insulate you from reaction to what you said in a professional, including a school setting. So it's a nonsensical argument. It's a nonsensical legal argument. And in terms of him saying it's more trouble than he's worth, this whole deal is more trouble than he's worth, or even if it is retaliation, well, then that's an issue for who? For the family? No, it's an issue for the school district. They're the ones who make hiring and firing decisions, as I understand it. They're the ones who set policy. And if they felt that a demotion was sufficient for the circumstances rather than a termination, and if they feel that the current varsity coach is well within his rights to make the decision he did with this kid, well, that's how it's actually meted out. This First Amendment case and this. What are you talking about? This is how it works.
I don't remember any kind of lawsuit like this ever. Do you? Or a kid didn't make the varsity team and the parents sued the school and the superintendent and the coach. And
Clay in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I'm pretty sure my smell test is a little more scrutinized than Amy's smell test. Yes, Dan, I do agree with you. I'm pretty sure I know this family. I grew up in that area. I'm pretty sure I know them. And this would be out of pocket for them, out of character.
You know this family? Savage family?
I think I do know them. I don't think they even actually live in Hinsdale. You know, a lot of feeder schools.
Well, Hinsdale South, yeah, they could be outside of Hinsdale, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the right family, and I mean they're a good Catholic family, you know. So yeah, it's 6 kids, you know, Irish Catholics.
Okay.
And that is out of character for them to do something along these lines without there being a very good reason for it.
Maybe again, take the facts in the light most favorable to the moving party, the plaintiff, so that the mom complained about the coach because she thought he crossed the line. He gets demoted, and the coach retaliates against the kid. There's no legal case there.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. You know, that statement that there is almost zero legal case here. I think it's just, you know, they got retaliated against, so now we're going to retaliate.
Retaliate. Right. It's Hatfield and McCoy's now.
Thanks.
Thanks for the call.
A lot of text messages. Dan and Amy, the Bears basically gave a player away because he was not worth keeping, even though he was a proven talent. It's a life lesson at the age of 17 or 18.
Happens all the time. It happens all the time. As I said, the stories are legion. And I'm not saying, again, I don't want to put this kid in the Alonzo Spellman camp or something, but because, you know, I don't know. This may just be strictly between the adults here, and the kid is caught in the middle, and that's unfortunate. But again, then you take it up with the school board, first and foremost. And I still would like to know, you know, the nature, filing formal complaints and this and that. What did the coach do? Verbally abusive, humiliating. Have you ever played basketball?
I know.
For a fiery coach? I have. Have you ever played sports for not everybody's Tom Landry in terms of their coaching style, and that's part of it. I mean, we just mourned the passing of Bobby Knight a week or so ago. I mean, Bobby Knight's not everybody's cup of tea, but difficult to argue with the results, both on the court and off, in terms of character development, in terms of what he did for his players and so forth, which we discussed.
Oh, I just want to know what happened. Because my son was all conference. He played for 4 years, varsity basketball, and if that happened to him, I'd want to do the same thing. You want to get him back out there, but I don't know what the allegations are.
You want to get him back out there, but no, hey, those are the breaks.
Because I know that he's got a good attitude, so I don't know what this kid's attitude was. I don't know if he was coachable. But he did get all conference, and again, other.
What
coaches
if you don't? Forget all that. What if you don't want to? What if you don't want to deal with the family? I don't want to deal with the family.
If you're in situations like that and you got to separate yourself, like, okay, you don't want to deal with the family, then you don't take their calls, then you don't respond to their emails. You have your athletic director or your principal respond to that family.
That's one way to do it.
Leave you alone. That's what I did one situation 1 year, years back. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not taking it out on the kid because I like the kid.
Everybody's got a different approach to problem solving, and then your employer has to make a decision about your problem solving skills, right? Isn't that how it works? They're going to
support you or they're not. So
that's how it works.
Yep.
It doesn't work where I didn't agree with the board's decision and I don't want to send my kid to another school, so I'm going to try to impose my will by cooking up some half-baked legal theory to have a court do what his coach in the school district won't. No, I don't think so. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Would you go to court without a lawyer when the other guy is lawyered up? Or are you going to go it alone and learn law and procedure as you go? When you have an insurance claim for your home or business, it's the same thing.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company.
Insurance companies will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them. Not you.
If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%, and we could do the same for you. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom. Building trust for over 20 years.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. You may have heard me on the radio sharing information about taxes, the IRS, or some other legal topic. Over these many years, I've learned quite a lot about helping business owners. It's pretty complicated out there. Business owners must always be learning just to keep up. So I've put together an email newsletter where I share information with business owners for free. That's right, no charge. All you have to do is go to radiotaxman.com and provide your email address. That's it. You may wonder why I would do that. Well, I know business owners are going to need help now and again. Tax returns, IRS trouble, business structuring, tax planning, and a whole lot more. I also know that if I share accurate, important information with you, information you can trust, you may give me an opportunity to help you. That's it. You don't have to ask for my help, but I want to offer it to you. Pretty simple. Go to radiotaxman.com right now and sign up for my email newsletter. That's radiotaxman.com. It's free. Together we can fight back now.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor Program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs.
Food for the Poor is working with local partners to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And guess what? Your business can be a part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. And thanks to a generous match, that donation will help feed more than 30 children for an entire year.
When you do that, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
Call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. Or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Food banner.
This is Seth Liebson of AM960thepatriot.com for townhall.com. After an unprecedented terrorist attack that can only be called a slaughter committed by Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, Hamas also took over 200 innocents hostage. Among those killed and taken hostage, dozens of Americans. The American president then dispatched 2 aircraft carrier groups to the Middle East, carriers that can unleash holy hell. Then, the president pressured our ally, who was attacked by the terrorists, to cease fire and engage a prisoner hostage swap. Israel was to release violent criminals and terrorists supportive of Hamas, stop hunting down terrorists, and Hamas would release some of the hostages they took. Several tranches of hostages have now been released by Hamas. Only one an American. One. This is a thumb in the eye of America and Americans, resultant from weak and misprioritized American leadership. We're heading down a road that leads very clearly to the loss of more innocent life. It is, bluntly speaking, a posture of weakness. I'm Seth Liebson.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The city is pivoting on its plan to deal with the migrants at 6:06.
But now let's head straight into that newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Outside, very chilly conditions this morning. We'll have an update in weather. Police are also investigating reports of a shooting on NU's Chicago campus, and the Bears top the Vikings. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
The ceasefire continues in Gaza. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Now in day 5, hopefully we will see some more hostages brought home today.
Israeli Defense Forces Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner. The plan is for Hamas to set free 20 more hostages today and tomorrow in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners.
The doctor here giving us an update on those that were released last night, saying that some of the children were malnourished and that they were asking for specific food when they were released. We've also heard similar reports from other hostages that were released in recent days.
Fox's Trey Yingst also reports more kids remain captives.
Hamas armed militants inside Gaza are holding months-old babies as leverage in this conflict that they started.
That includes a 10-month-old boy Israel says Hamas has transferred along with his parents to another terror group. Ifat Zayler is the boy's great aunt. She just told Fox.
It's horrible. I can't say we are surprised about the level of cruelty and inhumane behavior from Hamas.
An American journalist jailed as a spy in Russia since March will remain behind bars. A court in Moscow extending Evan Gershkovich's detention to January. He and the Wall Street Journal deny he's a spy, demanding his release. 41 construction workers in India trapped underground more than 2 weeks after a tunnel collapsed are about to be rescued.
So-called rat miners, experts at working in confined tunnels, have drilled through rocks and debris. We're told that one at a time, the unlucky workers will be winched out on stretchers.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. There'll be no classes at Southeast Raleigh High School in North Carolina. The day after a student was stabbed in a fight in the gym, then died at a hospital. Another teen's in custody.
A woman who identified herself as the suspect's mother told WRAL this, quote, "The whole situation is terrible. I feel bad for the other family, but in return, I feel bad for my son because he was fighting for his life."
That's Fox's Alexandria Hoff. America's listening to
15 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An investigation is underway following reports of a shooting on Northwestern University's Chicago campus. Shots were apparently fired outside of Wiebold Hall on Chicago Avenue. The university saying assailants are in custody. However, Chicago police say no offenders have been arrested. Governor J.B. Pritzker touting his efforts to try and attract new businesses throughout the state. During a discussion with Crane Chicago Business, he also discussed major concerns about crime in the city and state.
Violent crime actually has been coming down for 3 years, but in particular over the last year. Violent crime is coming down.
The governor gave his opinion and took questions Monday from the publication during a midday event. Police reports seem to refute Pritzker's claims, with major crimes up significantly. Car thefts up 52% in the city, robberies up 25% in Chicago. Meantime, the governor is confirming that construction will begin this week on 2 shelter sites for illegal migrants in Chicago, including a base camp in Brighton Park. The 2024 election cycle in Illinois is underway. Monday opened the week-long window for candidates of the 2 major parties. The Illinois Board of Elections spokesman is Matt
This time
Dietrich.
we have, other than president, and presidential candidates don't file till January 4th and 5th, but we have no statewide candidates. There is no U.S. Senator up this year.
However, there are around 80 judgeships up for grabs across the state on all levels. This morning, a Chicago family is safe after they were rescued off a Colorado mountain last week. Family of 5 was rescued from Greenhorn Mountain in Pueblo County. Authorities say they went out without proper food or warm clothing. Justin Fields marched his team down the field in the final minutes of Chicago's 12-10 win over the Vikings on Monday Night Football. Vikings took a late lead with 6 minutes left, but then Justin Fields says his team picked him up after 2 fourth-quarter fumbles.
Can't fumble. Need better ball security on that. The guys never wavered, so the guys in the locker room appreciate them for sticking beside me and believing in me. Defense did a great job getting us the ball back for that last drive, and offense did a great job executing those plays.
Cairo Santos, the game-winning field goal. DJ Moore, 11 passes for 114 yards, his last catch setting up the game-winning field goal. The news, the service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency. Go to surroundchicago.com today. We'll have a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager says there's only one choice.
It's not surprising to me the left has destroyed the conscience of a vast number of people. More and more Americans are being, quote, neutral. To be neutral between Hamas and Israel is to forfeit moral seriousness.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Testosterone levels are at an all-time low. Individual T levels decline 1% every year. Chalk, CHOQ, is the new champion of natural testosterone boosters. Chalk's main ingredient is clinically studied to naturally boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity and boost your daily energy with Chalk's Male Vitality Stack. For a limited time, our listeners will get 30% off at CHOQ.com with promo code USA. CHOQ.com, code USA.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been blessed to have a wonderful career for a lot of years. People still come up to me all the time, and they go, "How are you, Kathy Lee? How's your va-va-voom?" And I laugh with them, and I tell them, still going strong, still taking my balance of nature every day, and telling all my friends and loved ones to do the same. Because it's balance of nature, changing the world, one life at a time.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
.607, and let's get an update on the roads. We do that, of course, in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Your Edens ride right now at 21 minutes and climbing from Lake Cook Road into the junction. Stevenson right now at 25 and climbing into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan stop and slow in the Express inbound between Pershing and the Stevenson Expressway. Watch out in Franklin Park. You've got roads closed there due to a broken water main. Des Plaines River Road southbound between Belmont and Franklin, turning things into an ice skating rink. And Southwest Side Bridgeport, report of an accident, Damon and 29. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
Intervals of clouds and sun. It'll be a cold day today, the high 24. Partly cloudy cold tonight, low 21. Mostly sunny for tomorrow and the high at 40. Clouds on Thursday with the daytime high at 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 15 at O'Hare. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the city is pivoting with respect to its plans for migrants. We've talked about this a little bit with starting to empty out the police stations and, of course, the announcements that were made before Thanksgiving by both Pritzker and BLM Brandon, Jelly Belly and BLM Brandon, that were essentially, I guess, supposed to be complementary plans, even though
so
they were doing it. They seemed to be operating separately. But of course, Brandon Johnson wants the state's money to help with the provisions for migrants. So their relationship is interesting and evolving. So now we have this landing zone set up now. This is at 800 South Des Plaines near the Maxwell Street Market. So that's where migrants are now taken.
Right. They don't want them dropped off at the Sears Tower or anywhere else in the city. They want them taken there between 8 and 10 o'clock at night.
So we have 1,200, according to OEMC, there's the number of migrants at police stations is down to 1,200 from a peak of like 3,300. 8 police stations have been emptied altogether. The number of migrants at O'Hare has fallen from a peak of nearly 1,000 to about 165, according to the city again. It is interesting to note they're partly attributing this to fewer arrivals. Yeah, it may be winter here.
Message?
It's not winter at the border, so I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if this is a decision by Abbott or if this is a decision by those coming into this country illegally.
All I know, because when I lived in El Paso and Tucson and was sent to Nogales a lot during the wintertime, not a lot of activity because the desert gets deadly cold at night. So it's, but also too, they might be getting the message that, the grass is not greener on the other side of the Rio Grande. I mean, they've got to be seeing these images thinking, do I want to live on the sidewalk in Chicago in the wintertime?
Right. I'm sure that's part of it. Yeah. So 26,000 migrants have been bused or flown to Chicago since August of 2022, over the last year plus.
Yeah, we had one yesterday, a busload yesterday, and over the Thanksgiving weekend we had 4 busloads. But they weren't packed. The buses weren't packed.
Still 13,000 in shelters in Chicago. Again, this is all city data, so take that as you will. There are new regulatory tools the city announced for rogue buses. Rogue buses dropping off migrants at points other than the designated receiving area. Isn't this interesting? You know what they're setting up, it seems to me?
What?
Border security.
Oh, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also reach us on our text line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
So these rogue buses, if buses drop people off after hours or with no one to receive them, violators could be fined between $2,000 and $10,000. So what you're saying then, BLM Brandon and Jelly Belly, is if you want to come to Chicago, you have to go to a port of entry. Huh. That's just crazy enough to work at the border.
You're right. It should be happening at the border. Checking in, background checks, fingerprint, the whole thing.
Again, I know the irony is lost on most of the residents of Chicago, but it entertains me, and that's the most important thing. That Brighton Park base camp is underway. There's no firm construction date, but it's moving. And I do have some information about the ownership group. It was suggested that, it really is sort of a group because they're in business together.
Right.
It was suggested on this show a couple weeks back, I think when Cass was sitting in for you, that the property was owned by Michael Tadden and others. And that is true. Now, this is Michael Tadden Jr. For those steeped in your Chicago political corruption history.
Yeah, let me get out my book so I can keep score. Okay.
This is Hired Truck. Tadden, he was like the kingpin of hire truck. This was the program under Richie Daley for the city to pay private contractors to rent vehicles and equipment.
Oh, okay.
This is, I think, something. I mean, it was tens of millions of dollars that were paid to companies like Tadden's. And what was found is that many of the vehicles that were leased were sitting around not being used, but the city...
But the company was still getting paid?
Yeah, the city was paying out anyway. And Tadden grew up in Bridgeport, so friend O'Daly, and he was central there. There was also issues that he had with, alleged fly dumping and so on and so forth, but, environmental land use issues. But anyway, so it is Tadden and another guy named Tony Sanchez who own that property at 38th and California in Brighton Park that's going to be turned into a base camp.
And we're paying, what, $92,000 a month rent or to lease that space?
So, yeah, something on that order. And so I just want to make sure to separate. Tadden Jr. was not implicated in a hired truck. This is his son, obviously, not the father that dates back to hired trucks. So I just want to make that clear. But they are in business together. A company called Matt Asphalt, developed by a partner. This is from their website. By a partnership that includes Buildsmore LLC, which is owned by Tony Sanchez, McKinley Park LLC, owned by Charles and Dan Gallagher, and Matt Asphalt LLC, owned by Michael Tadden Jr. So there you go. That's the ownership of the property. And, so is there something, maybe is that property owned because of connections that date back? Perhaps. Is this the choice of that site because of connections in the present? Perhaps. That's usually how it is in Chicago.
Sounds like
but
the
I can't.
Biden family.
Well, not exactly, but I don't know. I don't know, so I don't want to say things that I don't know. I'm just saying what I do know and what you do know about the city, and it prompts more questions. It is interesting. I don't know what the plans were for that piece of property beforehand. I don't know if it was particularly commercially viable. I don't know if they're paying market rate, the city, or better. I don't know if it constitutes a sweetheart deal, but I think these are questions that should be asked. I don't know if the city is going to essentially be doing improvements to the property that will make it more marketable if and when the base camp is no longer, which is another aspect of a possible sweetheart deal.
And I think that people forget what Mayor Johnson said. Once that these tents are up and the migrants are gone, we're going to use it to house the homeless. So when those residents are protesting, I get what they're protesting. They don't want their property values to decline.
Well, among other things,
right?
Whether the base camp stays as a permanent structure or not, I'm not sure that it will. But we'll see. I mean, part of this is unknowable because will the situation at the border continue to be what it is? Will we be on this merry-go-round between the seasons, spring and summer into winter? So they come in the spring and summer, they don't come in the winter. You have infrastructure that's built that can more easily handle and incorporate it. More people, they'll be grumbling, but so what? What do I have to worry about? The sort of, basic attitude of the political ruling class for time immemorial in Chicago. But it's really hard to say. You get a new president in November of next year. You have new border policy. Things can change. It's difficult to say, but it's not difficult to understand the perspective of this political ruling class, starting with the two chieftains, Jelly Belly and BLM Brandon, and how the city still works. And works is in quotes. Jose at Midway, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. On behalf of the son running the Michael Tadden Trucking Company, all the names were changed when he was barred from doing city business. All he did was change the name, put all the companies under his son's name. I'll hang up and listen. What a joke this city is.
All right, thanks for the call, Jose. Well, if Jose,
nothing's changed.
I don't know if that's true. It wouldn't surprise me if it was true, and that Senior is still a shadow operator with Junior as the front. I don't know that to be true, but Jose brings up another question that, if we only had a Chicago press corps, if we only had news outlets in Chicago that could ask the mayor and these property owners these pertinent questions, then maybe we could get some clarity. But since we don't have that, it's just left to us to wonder aloud about these things, you see. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Hey, Dan, you said, I don't know, about 15 times talking about this. I think you're like prime candidate to be a big contractor. We don't want nobody's son.
Thanks for the call. Exactly.
Yeah, the road moves with Proft.
Hey,
the Palombos are gone out of business. Remember, the Earth moves.
They're
with
not
Palumbo.
out of business. They're out of state business, but they're not out of business. Greg, hey, I'm just trying to wet my beak over here.
You want a piece of the action? I want to be a security guard there and get $65,000 a month with overtime. Hello?
I'm very forgetful. I don't know this and I don't know that.
I don't know what D's and Dems are.
I've heard of these things, but I couldn't comment. You might think so. I couldn't possibly comment. George in Naperville.
Yes, Dan, why does our native homeless get sloppy seconds from the migrants regarding the tent?
Oh, the homeless getting sloppy seconds, meaning if the base camps are turned into homeless shelters. Well, I mean, I don't know. They're staying at Ditka's. The homeless get to stay at Ditka's. Yeah, it's not terrible. They're in the Gold Coast. It's better than a lot of people are doing.
Yeah, getting 3 meals a day, getting maid service. I mean, people are turning down I wonder if they get what's it called at night when they turn down your bed with a little chocolate on the pillow,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a nice touch.
The people getting sloppy seconds are the taxpayers, but they seem to be satisfied with sloppy seconds in Chicago. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
In the heart of Bedford Falls, one man faced incredible challenges in his business journey. George Bailey, a humble banker, knew that success often comes hand in hand with adversity. But George wasn't alone in his struggle. He discovered the power of resilience, innovation, friends, and community. Like George, your business may face obstacles, financial setbacks, fierce competition, IT nightmares, or unforeseen crises. But remember, it's not about the challenges you face. It's about how you overcome them. At Turnkey, we understand the George Bailey spirit. We're here to provide you with the solutions, guidance, and support you need to conquer your business and IT challenges. Whether you're a small-town bank, distributor, manufacturer, or a cutting-edge startup, we believe that every business has the potential to thrive. Together, we'll build a bridge to your success, just like George Bailey did in Bedford Falls. Join us at Turnkey. Let's write your own It's a Wonderful Business Life. Because like George, your dreams are worth it. Start a conversation today by visiting turnkey.pro. That's turnkey.pro.
All right, so we had Black Friday, Small Business Saturday, Cyber Monday, and today is Giving Tuesday, and we're asking for your help. We are partnering up with Food for the Poor once again, and we're trying to provide life-saving food, and I mean life-saving food to children in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we want to ask you for a one-time donation of $80. $80. With that, you could feed 2 children for 1 year, and for a gift of $320, you could feed 8 children for 1 year. So that, just whatever you can give, we would really appreciate it. The number to call, 844-862-4673, 844-862-4673. Or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor.
And, it's a difficult political backdrop here, but this isn't about politics. This is just about helping people that are nearing starvation in a way that we can't appreciate in Chicagoland, no matter how tough things are we can't really appreciate in America, frankly.
Right.
No matter how
hungry,
tough things are.
I'm sorry, but you've said this before too. If you're hungry, there's a food pantry to go to. There's a local church to go to. There is a way. We have entitlement programs. We have, programs in place to help people. But you go to Haiti and you go to some of these villages in the Caribbean, and it is so sad. I mean, I went to Haiti, and I know you were scheduled to go. I went in 2017, and the poverty is just, it's undescribable. I mean, people, they don't pray to God for, I want a Barbie doll for Christmas. They pray to God to have food in the morning. And I told you the one story, the mom, she boils rocks at night, so the kids think that she's making them something to eat, and then they just fall asleep. That's her biggest hope, that they fall asleep and not realize that they didn't eat. So again, the number to call, 844-862-4673.
So in addition to the individual donations, we're doing the business benefactor program again this year, as we've done in past years. And I think the businesses who participated got pretty good bang for their buck. That's the feedback that we got. The way this works, tax-deductible gift of $2,500 to Food for the Poor from you, your business. And we at AM 560 will give your business, you and your business, 41-minute commercials to air on our airwaves, prime broadcast hours, Monday to Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's a great advertising deal, and of course the kicker is you provide life-saving food for over 65 children in places like Haiti, as Amy was describing. So $2,500, you get 41-minute commercials, prime broadcast hours, and you feed 65 children in countries that have millions of people on the brink of starvation. To become a business benefactor, just call our general sales manager. Her name is Ann Jeanette, and her phone number is 847-472-8951. Again, that's Ann Jeanette at 847-472-8951 to become a business benefactor.
And Dan, this is Giving Tuesday, so we have a triple match. What is that, you ask? Well, it's an opportunity for listeners to give, and every dollar given will be matched with $3 worth of food. And even if you give to the business benefactor program or sign up to be a business benefactor, this works for you. We have a couple companies that have already signed up, so get on it. Be one of the cool kids. Call Ann Jeanette right now, 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been blessed to have a wonderful career for a lot of years. People still come up to me all the time, and they go, "How are you, Kathy Lee? How's your va-va-voom?" And I laugh with them, and I tell them, still going strong, still taking my balance of nature every day, and telling all my friends and loved ones to do the same. Because it's balance of nature, changing the world, one life at a time.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we'll update the situation in the Middle East and the release of more hostages and the continuation of the temporary pause with former Florida congressman and former ambassador to the Vatican, Francis Rooney. That's 6:36.
But first, let's stop by the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Outside, 15 degrees, a wind chill of 5 above. Here on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden set to attend a tribute service today in Georgia for the late former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Also on hand will be the former President Jimmy Carter, her husband of 77 years. Israel and Hamas are agreeing to pause fighting for another 2 days. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance.
Hamas has also agreed to release another 20 hostages. Former President Trump will be the final defense witness in the New York civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. The former president will be on the witness stand December 11. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to bring a bill tying Israel and Ukraine funding to the floor as soon as next week.
Aid to Israel, Ukraine, humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza, and the Indo-Pacific are all related and demand bipartisan cooperation.
Which team wins the Pop-Tarts Bowl this year will get to eat the mascot. We don't know yet which teams will compete in the December 28th bowl game in Orlando, but whichever is on top will get a large toaster treat to share. It will be the first year of the Pop-Tarts sponsorship of that bowl game, which started in 1990 as the Blockbuster Bowl. This morning, an off-duty Chicago police officer was the victim of a robbery Monday night. At least a half dozen across the city, according to Chicago police this morning. The off-duty officer was getting out of a vehicle around 10:20 p.m. in the Portage Park neighborhood. 4 others got out of a nearby vehicle with handguns and a rifle and robbed him. Investigators returned to the scene overnight, finding a badge on the ground and other items. An investigation is underway following reports of a shooting on northwestern Chicago campus. Last night, there were reports of shots fired outside Wiebold Hall. While the university says assailants are in custody, Chicago police say no offenders are behind bars. Chicago sports, Justin Fields marching his team down the field in the final minutes of Chicago's 12-10 win over the Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Play clock at 4, good snap, good hold, good kick. Bears are back on top with 10 seconds to go.
Cairo Santos with the game winner, and the Bulls wrap up group stage of the NBA in-season tournament tonight when they visit the Celtics and the Blackhawks take on Seattle. 6:32 is our time. Coming up on 6:33, and a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk says there's a reason.
Well, the people in the region, it would make really a lot of sense, right? Does Egypt or Jordan want these people? Do the people of the Middle East want the Hamas sympathizers? Okay, so you don't want to do that because you know that the people of Gaza have been radicalized throughout the years.
The Charlie Kirk Show, afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
The holidays. Back again. Visiting with family and friends this time of year can bring great joy and happiness. But it also can unfortunately bring stress, hypertension, and overeating, all of which can make your blood pressure skyrocket. High blood pressure is one of the world's leading risk factors for death and disability, and often leads to stroke, heart attack, and kidney damage. That's why Chicago's very own Ira Antelis developed 120 Life, a juice drink and powder that lowers your blood pressure naturally. I'm drinking it, I love it, and it works like a charm for me. And for those with diabetes, the powdered form of 120 Life has just 1 gram of sugar. If you suffer from high blood pressure around the holidays or whenever, give 120 Life a try. It's a fantastic alternative to pharmaceutical drugs. Order today at 120life.com. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code LIBERTY at checkout. Save 15%. From all of us at 560 AM, my friends at 120 Life, have a wonderful holiday season, and please don't overeat.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-950-0099. 800-950-0099. That's 800-950-0099.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap, but easy to give. Give them a Stihl. Visit your local Stihl dealer or go to stihlusa.com/gift guide.
It is 6:35. Let's get an update on the roads now. We'll start in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center on the CTA, where the yellow line remains suspended after a couple of weeks of trying to get things moving again on the Skokie Swift due to that accident that took place back on November 16th. CTA Blue Line riders inbound at Oak Park. Trains are running with delays following mechanical trouble this morning. Grays Lake, good morning. Southbound 45, Casey Road to Route 137. That's Buckley Road. Bad accident there, gumming up the works. And on the Veterans Toll Road this morning, reports of an overturned vehicle on the left shoulder, northbound 355 between 71st to right before Maple, the site of that overturned vehicle. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Very cold today. Intervals of clouds and sun will top out at 24 with a low of 21 overnight. Currently 15 at O'Hare under partly cloudy skies, 17 at Midway, 7 this morning in Aurora. And your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. America First with Sebastian Gorka, weekday afternoons at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So yesterday, more hostages released. That's good news.
Yeah, 2 mothers and 9 children, the youngest being 3 years old.
Including 3 with ties to America, but not 3 from the believed 8 to 10 that we're hearing from the Biden administration, Americans who are being held hostage. And this, of course, in exchange for Israel releasing 33 Palestinians they have in custody. So this 3-1 that holds up. So the ceasefire extends for 2 more days. That was announced yesterday. More hostages ostensibly will be released today in keeping with the extension of the ceasefire. Pressure on the West. Pressure on the West. This is an interesting riff from a BBC reporter about the mounting pressure on the West, which really is coming from the Western press, coming from Western academics, coming perhaps from some politicians in the Democrat Socialist Party. But I don't feel any pressure. And I don't think most politicians, mainly Republicans, because that's who we're talking about, who otherwise support Israel and want to see Israel eradicate Hamas and, frankly, other terrorist organizations that are sponsored by Iran. I don't think they feel pressure, but this gives you a sense. This is the pressure that the Western media is trying to generate on Western governments. Here's James Landale, BBC.
Looking at Lord Cameron, and they're looking at the Americans, they're saying there's a double standard here. You preach international law, and yet you ignore the criticisms that are made against Israel. You are saying civilians need to be defended in Ukraine, but they seem to be less well defended in Gaza. Those arguments are being made against the West now, and I think the West now is beginning to feel that, and that's why some of the language is beginning to be cranked up by people like Lord Cameron and other politicians who are visiting, saying to the Israelis, look, we're reaching a point where perhaps something needs to shift, but we're not there yet.
Mm-hmm. Civilians in Ukraine versus civilians in Gaza. There's a big difference, isn't there? First of all, so there should be no pressure felt by idiotic arguments and false comparisons, although I'm sure there is pressure being felt by the Biden administration, thus their middling rhetoric on some of these topics. Civilians in Ukraine, yes, because they're being attacked by the Russians, bombed by the Russians, so that's a problem. The difference is the Ukrainians are not hiding behind civilians using them as human shields. They're not operating from tunnel complexes underneath hospitals. Right, Mr. Landale? The false equivalences, they're manifest. He sounds like he's trying out to be the president of an Ivy League school. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Francis Rooney. He's a former congressman from Southwest Florida, former U.S. ambassador to the Holy See, author of the book, The Global Vacation. Francis Rooney, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, the book is The Global Vatican.
I'm sorry, what did I say? Vacation? I'm thinking of where I want to be on vacation. Sorry, The Global Vatican, of course, is the book. That would make sense from the former ambassador to the Vatican, right? Anyway, so your perspective on the deal that was struck, at least in part on behalf of the United States, but with respect to the prisoners for hostages and the ceasefire, is this in the best interest of America?
I don't think I've ever seen one of these hostage transfer deals work out long term. It just, everybody keeps upping the ante. And the fact that we traded captured people from Hamas for prisoners, leaders of the Hamas insurrection in Israel, is a little bit abhorrent to me. I think the words you used, false equivalency, were very good. This BBC guy's off his rocker. You know, the Ukraine was invaded. So what happens to their civilians is totally different than what happens to Gaza civilians who've been putting up with these governments for years, been abused by their governments, allowing their governments to steal, and now they invaded Israel. So the innocents we should be worried about, like the Ukrainians, are the Israeli innocents who were attacked.
And so what would your recommendation be in terms of the posture that this the American president, Biden, and this administration take vis-a-vis the deals that Israel and, I guess, Qatar are negotiating?
If it were me, I would say that we're not going to exchange terrorist leaders for civilian people. And I would say that the United States remains firmly committed to backing Israel in its effort to eliminate Hamas and bring some kind of stability to that area, which for the people of Israel, quite frankly, who are attacked by Hamas.
Well, what do you think about President Biden? I mean, I feel like he's going back on his promise a little bit. Did you know about that secret meeting that he held at the White House with White House staffers and a group of Muslim Americans, and he apologized for excessive skepticism over the number of Palestinian deaths released by Hamas. And he said to the group, quote, "I'm sorry, I'm disappointed in myself."
You know, this guy is so weak, so confused, and he talks out of both sides of his mouth. Whoever's in the room last gets told what they want to hear. You know, all this trash talk about the innocent Palestinians and all that. This is a country run by an enemy of Israel and everybody else, quite frankly, but if we can eliminate it, the better. And I'm sorry some innocent people are going to die, but they've got a really bad geography where they're living, and they've had a long time to deal with their own internal problems in Gaza, and they haven't done it.
Yeah, well, and there's a lot of question about just how many of the residents of Gaza see Hamas as an internal problem, which is a whole nother topic that...
That's right. That's
yeah.
the whole point. That is
Yeah.
their problem to deal with. Remember that Ehud Barak, at the end of Clinton's time, offered Arafat everything Arafat asked for. And Arafat stood up and walked out of the room because he didn't want peace. He needs a pinata to hold up above the people so he can, steal more money and run the Palestinian Authority. They're still no better than that right now under Hamas.
No, clearly. Chris Murphy, he's a Democrat socialist from Connecticut, as you know, senator, saying of aid, U.S. aid to Israel, that it needs to be conditioned to compliance with U.S. law and international law. He said, I think you can defeat Hamas without this level of civilian casualty, which he calls unacceptable.
Well, he wants his cake and eat it, too. He wants to take out Hamas without any collateral damage. I don't think that's possible, the way the geography is configured over there.
And so should Republicans continue the push that started in the House to provide aid for Israel in a standalone fashion rather than this sort of holistic deal that would include Ukraine and funding for more border personnel to serve as secretaries that the Democrats are pushing?
Yeah, I think we ought to deal with each case as it comes. And unfortunately, none of the elected people like to do that because it makes it too simple and clear for the voters to decide about them. They want oatmeal and we want steak. We need to have Israel supported and they need to take Hamas out. And I think that any of these college professors that continue to support their students protesting against Israel for Palestine need to have some kind of real rude awakening. This business that happened in Harvard where these students protested to the president and she cowered to him, just like Biden cowering to those staffers. Get some new staffers.
I know.
Yeah,
you don't question the president, and you lead. You don't even entertain them. I mean, the fact that he asked for their opinion and then listened to it and then groveled saying, I'm sorry, I'm disappointed in myself makes me sick.
Yeah, at Harvard, this is what the students wanted. This is what they demanded of the Harvard president, Claudine Gay. Divest any investments in quote-unquote illegal settlements in Palestine. Reinstate a proctor suspended for taking part in a mob that surrounded and harassed a Jewish student, and a promise from Harvard that pro-Palestinian students and workers engaging in quote-unquote nonviolent protest would face no disciplinary action. That's what Claudine Gay cowered before, as you described. So in terms of the reckoning for colleges, starting with the Ivy League, but certainly not exclusive to the Ivy League, there's things Congress can do, isn't there?
Sure. Well, if it were up to me, I'd cut their money off. Of course, if it were up to me, I'd cut their money off for a lot of other things.
Yeah, right.
I mean, higher education is nothing but a creature of the federal government.
So cut their money off, meaning research grants, meaning tax endowments. What should Republicans be proposing?
Exactly. Yeah, I would just get out of the education funding business entirely. I mean, they obviously are deranged and off a center by the kind of things they've been advocating ever since this free speech stuff came up about 4 years ago, when the only two people in the country that were rational about it were Mitch Daniels and that guy at the University of Chicago.
Mm-hmm. And what about at the K through 12 level? I mean, I know it's a drop in the bucket because it's mostly state and local funding, but school districts like Chicago Public Schools get about 10% of their funding from the feds. What about the same thing there? I mean, we see similar behavior. There was a high school in Queens where a Jewish teacher, public health teacher, I think, was surrounded, accosted by her students, the students at this high school in Queens, because she dared to go protest a rally on behalf of Israel, saying, I stand with it, holding up a sign saying, I stand with Israel. They found it on social media, and it was a mob action at the high school. Perhaps there should be pressure at the state and local level, too, in the same direction as with the colleges.
Yeah, there sure should. I mean, maybe this is a new facet of the parental role in children's education. got people like Glenn Youngkin and Ron DeSantis started that has proven to take root all around the country, where people want to make sure they know what their kids are reading, what they're being taught, if they're not being brainwashed. And certainly this recent facet of whether you allow Palestinians to walk all over Jewish teachers and things and eliminate the free speech of the Jewish teachers is ridiculous.
Hey, I wanted to ask you real quick about the American hostages, because I remember when we had the American hostages in Iran, we knew their names. People were tying yellow ribbons around trees, you know. It's been 53 days, and President Biden even said over the weekend that he didn't know what American hostages will be released by Hamas or whether they're even alive. And then he went shopping, Christmas shopping. So there's no sense of urgency. Yeah. Is there something going on that we don't know?
No, I don't think there's anything going on. That's the problem. We're taking our orders from Hamas. They're deciding who to send over, negotiating with the Israelis. And I think that the Israelis would just soon get all Israelis out first. So we may be at counter purposes with them. Hamas is going to try to send a representative sample that makes them look as good as possible. It's not rocket science. It's just basically the politics of war.
And, the other aspect of this, too, is what we're doing vis-a-vis Iran, or more to the point, not doing, particularly as it pertains to enforcing sanctions that would cut off some of their oil money.
Just as ridiculous as this Palestinian support thing and the cloud of how to deal with Hamas and PA and Hezbollah and all that, it used to be quite clear. How about this whole Iranian thing that started with Obama and has been revived by Biden? I mean, I don't understand why we want to continue to help people who hate us and want to take us out.
It is confusing. Before we let you go, since you were ambassador to the Vatican, I wanted to ask you about Pope Francis, because he's been in the news for taking out Bishop Strickland in Texas. Now he's in the news for allegedly targeting the former head of the Arch in St. Louis, Cardinal Burke, for hosting the gender confused for lunch. What's your assessment of Pope Francis' leadership of the church?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm glad I was ambassador when Benedict was Pope. Strong friend of the United States, strong focus on the liturgy of the church, and not really so focused on these social programs that this Pope has been focused on. This guy comes from South America, the home of liberation theology, part of whose effort is to get more money out of the developed world and make the developed world feel like they need to do more for these basically corrupt countries that don't take care of their people.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't think the newly minted president of Argentina is a big fan either, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of welcome home he gets from President Milei. But I digress. Francis Rooney, former congressman from Southwest Florida, former U.S. ambassador to the Holy See, author of the book The Global Vatican. Francis Rooney, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I love giving jewelry as a gift. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. I want to tell you that Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for that magical holiday gift for someone you love. I'm always amazed by their 5-star Google reviews. I love that they're family-owned. Hey, getting engaged? Well, Roland's Jewelers has a large selection of both mined and lab-grown diamonds at great prices. Choose from beautifully crafted engagement rings from designer Simon G. or Italian designer Roberto Coin, offering stunning diamond pendants and earrings. How about a Tag Heuer watch with cutting-edge technology? Listen, I've been a customer of Roland's Jewelers for a long time. You should too. They're so impressive. Their staff is expertly trained. I encourage you to visit Roland's Jewelers in downtown Libertyville or visit RolandsJewelers.com. That's ROLLANDS, RolandsJewelers.com. Roland's Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust this holiday, just like I do.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been around a long time. Every one of us, as we age, realizes that things are changing in our bodies, in the world around us. Lots of times I don't like what's happening, so what can I do about it? Well, the one thing we can do is pray, right? The other thing we can do is take better care of ourselves. I do that by taking Balance of Nature because I'm not really good at nutrition. I'm too busy, I'm on the run, and I don't eat enough vegetables, and I certainly don't eat enough fruit. And when I take Balance of Nature, I can feel good that I've done something for myself that I can actually control. So take control. Get Balance of Nature.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor Program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs.
Food for the Poor is working with local partners to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And guess what? Your business can be a part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. And thanks to a generous match, that donation will help feed more than 30 children for an entire year.
When you do that, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
Call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. Or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Food banner.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and actual results may vary. Oil and natural gas keep going up as the Russia conflict escalates. Get in on the next major oil boom now and help the U.S. with your patriotic investment that can potentially pay you monthly income for up to 20 or more years. That's the sound of a producing oil well and the sound of a smart investment. If you're an SEC-accredited investor and have at least $25,000 liquid now, you can take advantage of Encore Energy's projects and a huge tax savings for this year. If you invest in oil and natural gas, you're allowed to write off nearly 100% of your investment in the first year. Goldman Sachs is projecting oil to go up to $100 a barrel, and natural gas is the fuel of the future and trading at record prices. Call 800-287-6691. Encore Energy is a major investor and experienced operator in its core area of operations. Call now and learn how to deduct 100% of your investment and create 20 or more years of potential monthly income. Call 800-287-6691. That's 800-287-6691.
AM 560, The Answer.
That drop from the Hunt for Red October means it's time for In-Depth History with Frank from Arlington Heights, because there's nothing new in this world. It's just the history you don't know. I understand Joaquin Phoenix has informed Frank's most recent offering. Frank, take it away.
Good morning. With the new movie on Napoleon out, I was reminded of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, when President Jefferson violated his own strict constructionist views and bought 530 million acres of land from France, nearly doubling the size of the United States. But as a kid, I always wondered, though, how France even had Louisiana, given they had lost all North American possessions except a few islands after the French and Indian War ended in 1763. The answer lies in the 1762 Treaty of Fontainebleau, a secret treaty in which France ceded all Louisiana west of the Mississippi to Spain because they thought they might soon lose it to England. But Napoleon, after his 18 Brumaire coup in 1799, forced Spain to cede it back to France. Then 4 years later, he sold it to bolster his navy for his hoped-for invasion of hated England, the nation of shopkeepers, as he called them, mocking Adam Smith. Ironically, Jefferson sent Monroe and Livingston to Paris to only buy New Orleans, but Napoleon went all in. Now, Napoleon may have been a genius at using artillery with an army, but his navy failed, losing the seminal Battle of Trafalgar off the coast of Gibraltar in 1805 to the intrepid Admiral Horatio Nelson, who lost his life defending his country. Louisiana, of course, remained in our hands, but the state itself retains a French imprint with its parishes instead of counties and its more Roman civil law code.
And that is another installment of In-Depth History with Frank from Arlington Heights. Very good, Frank. Very timely. Way to weave in pop culture. We like it.
Yes. Gonna go see the movie now. All right, coming up
and
on Chicago.
study up on the French and Indian War, because I know you had questions about that as a child as well.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yes.
a very pressing issue. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, it's Giving Tuesday, Dan.
Yeah, we're talking to Paul Jacob from Food for the Poor about our campaign this holiday season. That's 7:07.
And how you can help. But now let's jump into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Work begins this week on 2 new shelter sites for illegal migrants in Chicago, and the Bears beat the Vikings. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
10 more Israeli hostages expected to be set free today. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 10 more tomorrow in a 2-day ceasefire extension that's also allowing more humanitarian aid flow into Gaza.
We're determined to continue that for as long as possible to bring as many people home as we possibly can.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels. The U.S. helped broker the pause in fighting.
There's an understanding this ceasefire could be extended if Hamas is able to come up with 10 hostages a day to exchange for prisoners in Israel. The issue here, though, is that Hamas doesn't control all of the hostages. There are groups like Islamic Jihad, some of the smaller organizations like PFLP and DFLP inside Gaza, as well as criminal families in the Strip that could be holding hostages.
Fox's Trey Yanks at a hospital in Tel Aviv where 9 children among the 11 hostages set free last night are being cared for. Evan Gershkovich is going to stay in jail in Russia until at least January 30th. The court there extending the Wall Street Journal reporter's detention.
Russian authorities say they caught him spying on behalf of the United States. Gershkovich denies the charges, and President Biden has called his detention totally illegal. If found guilty of spying, the 32-year-old faces up to 20 years in prison.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The day after people in Georgia paid their respects to former First Lady Rosalind Carter as her casket lied in repose at the Carter Presidential Library. Her husband, who was by her side when she died, will be at her memorial service.
Former President Jimmy Carter, who is 99, is expected to leave hospice care and join fellow presidents and first ladies at a tribute for former First Lady Rosalind Carter in Atlanta. He has rarely been seen in public since entering hospice care in February and made the trip from the couple's home in Plains, Georgia to Atlanta for today's service.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. This is Giving Tuesday for us to donate instead of shop after Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Last year, Americans gave more than $3 billion to charity on this day alone. America's listening to Fox News.
15 degrees in Chicago. It's 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An off-duty Chicago police officer was the victim of a robbery last night, one of at least a half dozen across the city, according to Chicago police. That off-duty officer was getting out of a vehicle in the Portage Park neighborhood around 10:30 when 4 others jumped out of a car and robbed him. Investigators say they returned to the scene to find a badge on the ground and other items confirming that robbery. An investigation is underway following reports of a shooting on northwestern Chicago campus outside Wiebold Hall. Later, university officials said everything was all clear and assailants are in custody. However, Chicago police said no offenders have been arrested. Governor J.B. Pritzker trying to tout his efforts to attract new businesses throughout the state during a discussion with Crane's Chicago business yesterday.
I know everybody wants to go back and focus on, Citadel leaving, but the truth is that we've attracted seriously like a half a dozen pretty significant expansions and or new headquarters.
The governor taking questions Monday from the publication during a midday event, claiming that while over the past 2 years Illinois has seen those large companies move, the state is doing a good job, in his opinion, trying to replace those companies. The 2024 election cycle in Illinois is underway, Monday opening the week-long window for candidates of the 2 major parties to file their nominating petitions. There are around 80 judgeships up for grabs across the state on all levels, including the Illinois Supreme Court, where Justice Lisa Holder White, who was appointed to her seat, is seeking a full term as a Republican.
We are unique in that we do have to declare a party affiliation, which is, interesting because, of course, everyone wants in a judge someone who's fair and impartial and who's going to follow the law and the Constitution, and those things are very important to me.
The window for major party candidates to file closes on the 4th of December. A judge is rescheduling the trial of former state Senator William Sam McCann. Former gubernatorial candidate was indicted on federal wire fraud and money laundering, along with tax evasion charges. That trial will now resume in February. Former Illinois State Rep Nick Sauer pleaded guilty this week to revenge porn charges. You may recall he was sentenced and received yesterday 90 days in jail and 2 years of probation for posting nude photographs of his ex-girlfriend online back in 2018. The Barrington Republican resigned from his position. The news service of Starcase, offering a wide variety of rack frames and server cabinets for your computers and rack-mounted electronics. They also stock the rack mount accessories you've been looking for. So go to starcase.com to get started. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka sees a country lost.
The people who want business as usual want us to remain indebted, because I guess 33 trillion isn't enough. The managed decline of America, who have surrendered their belief in the United States to the idea that, well, we're the problem.
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Testosterone levels are at an all-time low. Individual T levels decline 1% every year. Chalk, CHOQ, is the new champion of natural testosterone boosters. Chalk's main ingredient is clinically studied to naturally boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity and boost your daily energy with Chalk's Male Vitality Stack. For a limited time, our listeners will get 30% off at CHOQ.com with promo code USA. CHOQ.com, code USA.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been around a long time. Every one of us, as we age, realizes that things are changing in our bodies, in the world around us. Lots of times I don't like what's happening, so what can I do about it? Well, the one thing we can do is pray, right? The other thing we can do is take better care of ourselves. I do that by taking Balance of Nature because I'm not really good at nutrition. I'm too busy, I'm on the run, and I don't eat enough vegetables, and I certainly don't eat enough fruit. And when I take Balance of Nature, I can feel good that I've done something for myself that I can actually control. So take control. Get Balance of Nature.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
7:07. Let's get an update on the roads. A service of Boost Mobile and Boost Infinite and their new wireless technology. Switching between networks, giving you the best service at a lower price. Switch today. Visit boostinfinite.com or go to amazon.com and search for Boost iPhone 15. Let's check the roads now. Inbound Eden's at 31 heavy minutes already. Coming inbound from Lake Cook Road into the junction. The Kennedy is at an hour and 7 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The ICAT 1 hour, 390 into the old post office. Dan Ryan Express lanes jammed up, brake lights from Pershing all the way into the Stevenson Expressway. DuSable Lakeshore Drive jamming up northbound right at Bryn Mawr, and the Veterans stop and go northbound between Boughton and Maple. At 7:08, it's time to call Permaseal, 800-421-7325. Time to check that forecast. Get the very latest from the AM 560 Weather Center's Steve Williams.
It'll be very cold today. Intervals of sun and clouds. A high today at 24. Partly cloudy, cold night tonight. Low 21. Mostly sunny for tomorrow. A bit milder. High 40. Clouds Thursday. The high 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
15 at O'Hare. 7 above in Aurora. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping you powered up no matter what the conditions. CharlesEquipment.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Welcome to Haiti. We're with a group of radio hosts, so please join us on this journey as we travel through Haiti and the good work that Food for the Poor does for those in need.
The other two big problems in this community are water. The only source of water is from an irrigation canal. They do drink from it because it's the only choice that they have, but it makes the kids sick. They've even had some cases of cholera. And then food. Food is a big problem. Marie was telling me earlier that she was able to feed her kids a little bit of cornmeal this morning that she got from a neighbor, but nothing else to eat today.
When you do find food, but there's not enough for everybody, how do you decide who gets to eat?
I rather give each one the smallest portion so that everyone can find something to hold their hearts.
What gives her strength to keep on going and to keep fighting?
I pray to God. Sometimes I wake up and I can't get up, but I pray to God and I ask for strength.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. That was obviously Amy during her time in Haiti.
Yeah, our trip in 2017 when we went to different villages. We went to Desert Goat and Savant Capri and met people who really, they're deciding which child to feed. Do I feed my oldest one tonight? Do I feed my youngest one? And Food for the Poor, if they were not there on the ground in Haiti and in Latin America, children would starve to death. There's just no question in my mind because they don't have a government to back them, the people in need, to feed them. So they rely on Food for the Poor in order to get their food, in order to get clean water, because Food for the Poor goes into villages and puts in a water filtration system, a well, so to speak, so that they can drink clean water. And in a lot of cases, too, they build them little houses that they can live in instead of huts or tents, handmade tents that they live in. So it's real poverty out there. And I know times are so hard for Americans right now. I know a lot of you are living paycheck to paycheck, and you've never had to do that before. But if you can donate, because today's Giving Tuesday, if you can we'll triple match. Every dollar given will be matched with $3 worth of food. So you can sign up to be a business benefactor, which we'll get into, or you could just visit our website, 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor. Excuse me. And they will triple match your donation today.
560answer.com, and then click the red Give Life banner as well to participate in the Giving Tuesday triple match that Amy just mentioned. For more on the work, we're pleased to be joined by Paul Jacobs. Paul, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
It's great to be here. And can I just ask a question? Who in the world is messing with the thermostat? It is 15 degrees. Can somebody please make it a little bit warmer here in Chicago?
Yeah, that can happen when winter sets in, unfortunately.
I'm from Florida. This is not supposed to happen in my bones.
Yeah, me too. Well, these days. Anyway, so tell us about sort of the state of affairs here with respect to the campaign that you're doing with us and with other Salem stations to provide this life-saving assistance.
This is exciting because our Day of Hope, coupled with the fact that we are today kicking off our campaign on Giving Tuesday, a day where every dollar is matched with $3 worth of food. That means that, yes, Amy, you said it so accurately that people are struggling right now, living paycheck to paycheck. Things economically have not been any worse in this country. But you can just imagine in a place like Haiti, where a mother is earning possibly $1 or $2 a day, when civil unrest coupled with that failing economy and joblessness coming out of 3 years of COVID has made things that much worse since your trip to Haiti and my trip to Haiti as well. And so now we're asking you to just consider what your $1 could do, what $80 could do, what you as a business or a ministry with a gift of $2,500 on this day, providing 94 children, not for a meal for a month, not for a couple of months, not till the end of this year. No, we're talking about 2 meals a day for 94 children for an entire year. And so there are families waiting for your answer right now. And I want to say thank you to Diane from Bridgeview. She gets it, $100 gift. She called us toll free at 844-862-4673. You know, Dan, you said something earlier. You said this is not political, and we shouldn't make this political. We should make this about what this season is. It's a season of giving. It's a season of thinking of others. And when we think about the time we've just spent in Thanksgiving, family, friends, and community, could we expand our borders this morning with our definition of community and save lives?
And you've been around since 1982. You've delivered more than $12 billion worth of food. And people don't know that when you donate to Food for the Poor, the money goes to the poor. And you have these feeding centers. And I remember, people came from miles in Haiti to walk to get a bucket of rice and a bucket of beans. Are those still up considering the civil unrest that's going on in Haiti?
That's a great question. We've actually had to suspend the canteen operations, but COVID created a level of creativity that we have never seen in our over 40-year existence. What we ended up doing was we started to do regional distribution centers. Our pastors and local ministry partners said we still need to feed these families. There are still even more families that are in need. So now we take those dry rations and those food kits and spread them across the country in various areas so that we're still working with the church. We're still helping get your gift to the families that need food, and the children especially the schools are shut down or their parents are not working anymore. They are still getting that food because we've been able to get creative with our regional food distribution centers from Port-au-Prince all the way to the north in Cap-Haïtien.
Do people still walk miles, though, to get the bucket of rice and beans like they did before?
Oh, absolutely. You just think, for example, in a place like Léogâne, which is about an hour outside of Port-au-Prince, there are teams of families that literally walk for an hour, 2 hours. One particular mother, she walked about 2 hours just to get the only food that that family will see. And quite frankly, the families have grown. Families have come together, and it was a family of 5 has now grown to sometimes 15 in a household because these families have consolidated their efforts together so that they could survive. And there are still families walking 1 and 2 hours. But now, instead of having to come to our headquarters where everything runs in Port-au-Prince, where you've traveled, they now can go somewhere that is a little closer in their community.
We talked about this over the last couple of years with COVID, as you were describing, and how the supply chain breakdowns. I remember vividly before the lockdowns, David Beasley, the head of the UN World Food Program, was saying, please do not lock down your economies in the West because you're going to disrupt and irreparably harm our supply chains and thus our ability to feed people. You're going to induce a lot more death than you're going to prevent, essentially what he was saying. And I thought that was pretty persuasive. And I wonder how the sort of the holistic environment is with respect to trying to get food and potable water to people in need now that we're a little further removed from those lockdowns.
Yeah, that's a great question, because what's happened now is we've had to get creative. And of course, Haiti is a very unique situation with quite a bit of civil unrest and a lot of things that are happening. Food for the poor now, than like never before, is in need to do the work that we've continued to do. Through COVID, through the civil unrest, through everything that has gone on, Food for the Poor has not stopped. But we've gotten creative with our ministry partners and our community leaders, where we've been able to, where roads have been closed, we take barges. Where we cannot get to the north because just there is no access, we've shipped into other ports. So we've been able to figure out ways where we are probably one of very few NGOs that are still getting hundreds of containers into the country with the gifts and the food that your listeners are providing right now on this donation, on this Day of Hope.
Yeah, and besides the food, I mean, you do help with water purification systems, wells, so to speak. I remember when we went to Savant Capri, kids were swimming in this water, in this little river, Dan, but then there was also a donkey in there, and then there was people bathing in there, and then there's people grabbing buckets of water to drink, and it was just such a strange dichotomy watching this, and that's why the kids were getting sick.
Yeah, it's interesting. You talk about Food for the Poor, and it is a bit of a misnomer in our name that we are not just providing food. We began with a food program in 1982 in Kingston, Jamaica, and expanded to now primarily 19 countries across Latin America and the Caribbean. But in particular with Haiti and what you say, there are houses being built for families that literally are living in total destitution. Huts, I can only call them shacks or huts. I have a shed in my backyard that is has a structure more sturdy than what we've seen in Haiti. Now they have locking doors. Now they have a private bathroom where they can wash and bathe in dignity. Water, as you said, Amy. You know, I remember traveling to a community where on one side there was a guy washing his motorcycle. On the other side, there's a team of moms doing laundry, and in the middle there was this little girl. Her name was Chauveline, that was siphoning out in a bucket the water that she would drink and have to cook with. Her mom would have to cook with that night. But today, our goal is food. And today, we're at the tip of the spear, which is giving healthy, nutritious food to these children.
And the number to call if you want to make a donation, 844-862-4673, 844-862-4673, or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor. And remember, up until midnight tonight, every dollar that you give on this Giving Tuesday will be triple matched, $3 worth of food, including if you sign up to become a business benefactor.
Talking to Paul Jacobs from Food for the Poor. Paul, let me pose the question of the cynic. It's a role I was born to play, and I think I have an answer to I think I have an answer to the question that I'm about to pose, but I want to hear yours because it'll probably be better. What do you say to the person that says, can't countries like Haiti ever get their act together? This is just interminable, and it feels like the support that we provide doesn't solve the fundamental problem.
Up until October 25th, 2010, I had a PhD in cynicology myself before I came to work here at Food for the Poor. But my family being of Jamaican descent, my wife's family, my wife is from Guatemala. She used to be the administrator for one of our ministry partners there. And seeing that what is happening in the lives of the communities, it is no fault of Mireille, the mom that Amy met on her trip to Haiti. It is no fault of, Chauveline, the little girl that I met siphoning out that filthy water. It is the fault of the institutions that hold them back from really progressing. And that's why, for more than 40 years, Food for the Poor is working with trusted ministry partners, not the local government. We are not paying tariffs and fees so that we can get our items into the country that are going to the government. No, we are working with ministries on the ground, and we push all of that back so that we can save lives. And that is why you listening right now and questioning whether Food for the Poor is somewhere where you would like to invest your hard-earned dollars to save lives. Well, Dan and Amy can tell you, because Amy's seen it firsthand, and we've had a long-term partnership with Salem, Chicago, and WIMD AM 560. And we do the work that we say we're going to do, not just for the time we've worked with this station, but for more than 40 years.
And again, I always like to add this just because of the credential. This is an important credential. 5-star Charity Navigator rated. 90% plus of the dollars raised go directly to the programming, meaning the food and resources for the people that you're serving.
Yeah, that's exactly right. What are others saying about food for the poor should answer the question. We can say as much as we want to say and break our arms patting ourselves on the back, but there are other organizations like Charity Navigator, like the Better Business Bureau, that have already vetted us and audited us and seen the work that we're doing and seen the outcomes. And there's no greater testimony than all of the Salem broadcasters that you listen to on a regular basis, Mike Gallagher, Amy Jacobson, that have seen it. Formerly, Larry Elder, who's formerly of Salem, has traveled firsthand and seen the work on the ground that Food for the Poor does.
And it really is unbelievable, the conditions that they're living in. They don't have beds. The kids were sleeping on the floor in one of the huts that we went to, and they just would love a blanket. I mean, kids in America, they went, oh, I want a Barbie doll for Christmas, or I want a race car. They just want food.
Yeah. Well, also too, I mean, just
clothing.
the idea. I mean, just to put this in, put an exclamation point on this. $80 gives 3 kids food for a year. I mean, it's amazingly cost effective. You can't believe you could actually do that for $80, frankly.
And you can make a donation on behalf of a well-fed child or grandchild that you have, and for Christmas say, hey, you know what? You have everything, so I made this donation to Food for the Poor, and you're helping 3 kids eat for a year.
The number, again, 844-862-4673. That's the toll-free number. You can also text WIND to 93999, Herman Cain, 93999. And click the red Give Life banner at 560answer.com to donate as well.
And Dan, we have some good news. We have some business benefactors. So if you own a business or you make the marketing decisions for your company, listen up. This is the best deal in all of Chicagoland radio. A one-time tax-deductible gift of $2,500 to Food for the Poor. And again, it's Triple Match Giving Tuesday, so today's the day to do it. As a way of saying thank you, we give you 40 one-minute commercials that will air right here Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Again, it's the best deal in all of Chicago radio. We have some business benefactors that already signed up. Century 21, Circle Real Estate, and High Tech First, the High Tech Book. They have signed up to be business benefactors. So if you want to be a business benefactor and get those 40 one-minute commercials while you're helping those in need, call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, 847-472-8951.
Paul Jacobs, thanks for joining us. We'll check back with you in a little bit.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-2085. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-555-2085.
People are doing it, taking balance of nature. Why? Not getting enough fruits and vegetables on their own. It's real food, real science, real nutrition. What they do is they take the fruits and vegetables and they turn them into powder after an advanced vacuum cold process, which stabilizes the maximum nutrient content. People who take it tell me they feel better. They get the nutrition their body needs and the nutrition their body wants. And good nutrition, as you know, is the foundation of all aspects of health. Folks, we have a new promo code. Listen up. The promo code is KLG. Yes, Kathy Lee Gifford, KLG. The number to call, 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code KLG or simply go online to balanceofnature.com. Discount code KLG.
It's the Season of Inspiration sales event at Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned Mazda, you need to visit Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. You'll find the Mazda you want, and the price you see is the price you get. There are no games, no gimmicks. And right now is a great time to buy a new Mazda with limited time Black Friday savings all month long. Right now, get 0.9% financing on select new 2024 Mazda CX-5s and select new 2024 Mazda CX-90s for 36 months. Or get 2.9% financing on new 2024 Mazda CX-50s for 36 months. And get your Mazda ready for winter by scheduling your next service appointment right online at WilkinsMazdaCars.com. Wilkins Mazda is conveniently located in Elmhurst, off York Road and 290, just minutes from Oak Brook, downtown, and Schaumburg. Experience the next level of excellence at Wilkins Mazda in Elmhurst. Visit WilkinsMazdaCars.com. With approved credit through Mazda Financial Services for qualified buyers, see dealer for details.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and executive producer of a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, 1-800-578-3535. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. No credit card required. Call right now. 1-800-578-3535. That's 1-800-578-3535. Again, 1-800-578-3535.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, Governor Jelly Belly says crime is down and business location is up. Everything is coming up roses in Illinois. We'll start there with Ted Dabrowski, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related, 737.
And hey, Education Secretary, I don't think Ronald Reagan said that. We'll explain, but now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Stone.
15 degrees in Chicago at 7:31. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden are set to attend a tribute service today in Georgia for the late former First Lady, Rosalind Carter. Also on hand will be her husband. Israel and Hamas agreeing to pause fighting for another 2 days. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby.
This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance.
Kirby says he believes less than 10 Americans are still being held by the terror group. Former President Trump will be the final defense witness in the New York civil fraud trial against the Trump Organization. Trump will testify December 11. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer plans to bring a bill tying Israel and Ukraine funding to the floor as soon as next week.
Aid to Israel, Ukraine, humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza, and the Indo-Pacific are all related and demand bipartisan cooperation.
President Biden requesting $106 billion. An off-duty Chicago police officer was the victim of a robbery last night. One of at least a half dozen across the city. That off-duty officer was getting out of his vehicle around 10:30 in the Portage Park neighborhood. 4 others got out of a nearby vehicle with handguns and a rifle and robbed that officer. An investigation continues after reports of a shooting on northwestern Chicago campus outside of Wiebold Hall. Chicago police say no offenders are in custody and there were no injuries. Former Illinois State Rep Nick Sauer pleaded guilty Monday to revenge porn charges. He was sentenced to 90 days in jail, 2 years of probation, all according to prosecutors for posting nude photographs of his ex-girlfriend online back in 2018. Justin Fields led the Bears to a 12-10 Monday night football win over the Vikings in Minnesota.
Can't fumble. Need better ball security on that. The guys never wavered, so the guys in the locker room appreciate them for sticking beside me and believing in me. Defense did a great job getting us the ball back for that last drive, and offense did a great job executing those plays.
Fields says his team picked him up after his 2 fourth-quarter fumbles. Bulls wrap up the group stage of that NBA in-season tournament when they visit the Celtics tonight. Blackhawks look to get right on the ice. They'll take on the Seattle Kraken tonight. The news, a service of In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard Sunday morning at 6:30 on AM 560. The Answer. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees only one end to the war in Israel.
As this war continues and more Palestinians are getting killed, the question is on the table. Is the cost of the human life of Gaza worth the eradication of Hamas? And I'm sorry, moral clarity tells us it is. This is war, and if they don't stop Hamas, they're going to do it over and over and over again.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Reveille. Have you been solicited yet today? After all, it's Giving Tuesday. Giving Tuesday was created in 2012 as a simple idea, a day that encourages people to do good. According to the Giving Tuesday website, the organization aims to build a global movement that inspires hundreds of millions of people to give, collaborate, and celebrate generosity. Generosity is part of the American ethos and our Judeo-Christian values. Collectively, Americans can feel good about themselves in this regard. Charities Aid Foundation's latest report ranks the United States as the most generous country in the world, and we've had that title for over a decade. Charitable giving in the United States was $499 billion in 2022. Federal taxpayers generously gave $1.2 trillion in various aid to others living in America for food, Medicaid, housing, utility support, and more. That figure doesn't include the billions spent on education. We're also generous to other countries, even people who don't like us. President Biden has requested $63 billion for foreign aid this year. Back to Giving Tuesday and that organization. Its partners in this endeavor include the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Heinz Family Foundation, Jennifer and Jonathan Allen Soros, George Soros' son and daughter-in-law, and Mackenzie Scott, Jeff Bezos' ex. All wealthy billionaires with very progressive global agendas. They support big government solutions and want you to do so as well. Their type of generosity, though, isn't good or generous at all. Our founding fathers gave us the most generous gift you can give anyone, a free society. Please support organizations that promise to pass that gift along. I'm Jeannie Ives. Visit breakthrough-ideas.com to find out more and donate. That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
7:36. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that, of course, in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Let's start on the Edens right now. It's a mess, 41 in and climbing from Lake Cook Road into the junction. The Kennedy right now is at an hour and 40 minutes from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Kennedy outbound has an accident with a left lane block near Fullerton. Inbound on the Ike, it's an hour 5, 390 to the old post office. Inbound Stevenson, 45 in from the Tri-State to DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Inbound Dan Ryan, 36 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. A very cold day ahead, clouds and sunshine with a high of 24. Partly cloudy and cold, 21 overnight. 15 at O'Hare, 16 Midway. 4 degrees above zero in Aurora, 17 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Insert Democrat socialist here.
Runs the Democratic House floor for 30 plus years running. He's promising this and he's stealing that. Where can you get that kind of money? He's using your house like his own piggy bank. You ought to know by now. You can pay off your house here in Illinois, but you can never keep up with the taxes. Oh, how it's always been the plan to have a taxpayer pay, no doubt. Not a matter of if anymore, but when you're moving out. I said, when you're moving out.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. That theme music means it's time for our weekly confab with Ted Dabrowski, president of wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Before we get to Ted, let's hear from Governor Spalding, because we're living in Candide in Illinois.
Violent crime actually has been coming down for 3 years, but in particular over the last year, violent crime is coming down. I know everybody wants to go back and focus on, Citadel leaving, but the truth is that we've attracted seriously like a half a dozen pretty significant expansions and or new headquarters.
Oh, really? Which expansions?
So crime is down, businesses are up, the state is growing, the pension funds are fine, the state is solvent.
Oh, yeah, we've got the Safety Act in place. Everything's great.
For more on this, Ted, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Yeah, I think we better get used to this. He's really, I think, making this pitch for running for president. If Biden steps out of the way, we'll see if that happens. But he's certainly doing his speeches have all been covering how good Illinois does. He started his not-for-profit efforts with his Think Big not-for-profit. So we're going to hear more and more about how well Illinois is doing and how Illinois could be the model for America.
There's no question. I mean, it's an economic powerhouse. It reminds me of Bill Clinton talking about Arkansas when he was running for president 30 years ago, what a boom town that state was. But, of course, the data, I mean, not that there's particular concern about the evidence or lack thereof to support the claims he's making, but the data says that what the governor is saying, with all due respect, and all due respect is not much respect, what he's saying is just wrong. I mean, it's the same thing that again, the state is growing. We're not losing population. Pay no attention to the loss of a congresshuman. Right. So it's just, and it seems that probably there's enough people parroting these fantasies and who are committed to self-delusion that he'll get away with it, at least in Illinois. I don't think so nationally.
Yeah, he'll get away with it here for a while because the press will continue to back him. But usually he's careful about the stuff he says. But for me, he's getting sloppy. He's starting to say things that just aren't true. And if you look at, I got the numbers in front of me. If you look at the Chicago data on crime, clearly everything is up except for murders. Murders are down 11% compared to last year. He won't tell you that in Philly. In the other big cities, he won't tell you that Philadelphia is down 20% or Houston is down 21% or Los Angeles 19%. He won't tell you that, but yes, but the reality is that crimes overall are up on everything. The criminal sexual assaults, they're up 2%, robberies up 24%, aggravated battery up 5%. Of course, the less dangerous ones, like motor vehicle theft, which I think every one of those is an opportunity for violence, is up 50% compared to last year. So, overall, major crimes are up 20%. So he can try to play his game with I don't know what stats he's cherry picking, but and then if you go back to 2019, everything is way up. Murders are still up 23% over 2019 this year. So, he can say what he wants, but it's just not true.
And I don't know if you saw this, Ted, but they're even cutting through the club. All these, our 19th district and all the other districts were handing out the club, from the 80s that you'd put on your steering wheel. Well, they're just cutting the steering wheel and then sliding the club off and stealing those cars anyway. So, I mean, if you need a nudge to care about who the next Cook County State's Attorney is, what happened last night? I mean, we had an off-duty police officer. He was stripped of his badge. They later found it on the ground, but he was robbed by 4 men who jumped out of a black Nissan sedan, and they had guns and one had a rifle, and they robbed him. And then they went on and robbed, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 other people within a 2-hour time span.
Dan and Amy, this is getting crazy, and I think you mentioned the Wall Street Journal article about the retail theft and how workers are just having to watch the people just walk in and take stuff. We're doing the same thing in the streets now. We're letting these guys, 4 guys with guns and cars run around and just every 5 minutes stop at a new spot, rob somebody, and then just drive down the street and do it again. And they're doing it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. It is absurd and crazy. And I don't know when we jump up and down and do something about it, but I usually don't support the unions and their strikes, but what the Wall Street Journal article says there is that they're finally suing companies for not doing something about the retail theft because it's putting people at risk. And it's fascinating to me, the piece we just wrote. This amount of with impunity, they're just walking around and doing whatever the hell they want, and we're watching it. And then Pritzker has the gall to say that crime is down.
I saw over at your site that you sat down with the BBC. The BBC did a little piece about Illinois out-migration. It apparently is happening despite what Jelly Belly says about it, and in-migration in states like Florida. How'd that go?
Well, it was interesting because I think the BBC started out with a notion that, there's a bunch of very liberal people leaving Florida and coming to Illinois, and vice versa. You got the conservatives moving down to Florida. But it was interesting after they looked at all the stuff. Yes, they covered a few people moving to Illinois, but I think they realized that the overwhelming numbers are the other way. It's why Florida grew by almost 3 million people in the last decade, and and Illinois shrunk. Why Texas grew by 4 million people and Illinois shrunk. So they can try to analyze how many liberals are moving to Illinois, but the overwhelming evidence is that the flight is entirely the other way.
When we left you last week, you were off to Manteno for a rally and a conversation about the location there of that Goshen Chinese Communist Party-backed electric battery facility that's being underwritten by federal and state governments significantly. So how did that go? Give us a summary of what happened.
Yes, my colleague Mark was the one that spoke at the rally, along with Jeannie Ives and a lawyer who is representing the people of Manteno who are opposing it. And the pushback is strong. The people don't want it. The polls show all that. Of course, the Manteno government is they brought in all the major corporate players that we know who support this. It's all good jobs. It's good for the people, kind of thing. There's still discussions going on about the zoning. The zoning has to change. They pushed that decision off from that meeting to a next one. I think my concern is the system is so set up and everybody's in what do you want to say? In cahoots that it's going to be hard to turn down. But we'll see if the people of Manteno are strong enough to make a lot of noise.
What the usual corporate suspects that are supporting it? Like, can you give us some examples of who was on hand?
Well, you've got groups like the IMA, right, the Illinois Manufacturers Association, all that, right? They are, and types like that Chicagoland Chamber. They're all going to say this is great. They're not going to go against Pritzker. Everybody ignores that it's taking $536 million in state subsidies to get Goshen here. They're ignoring that you're talking about billions of dollars from federal government that are helping Goshen get here. They don't care about that stuff. They're going to play the political game so that Pritzker can say, hey, we've done a great job, look at us, ignoring the fact that manufacturing jobs under Pritzker are still down 5% as he took office, one of the worst in the country.
We talked about this a bit yesterday, but I think it bears a revisit with you, which is the Wall Street Journal finally catching up with the story that we reported here over the summer about Evanston Township High School having segregated classes, particularly as it pertains to AP prep classes for the AP Math test, the AP History test, and so forth. Math and reading, I think, were the math and like language arts, I think, were the two main ones essentially. Separating black students, black teacher, Latino students, Latino teacher, because they're trying to close the achievement gap, they say. Initially, of course, this was denied, that this was not happening. Then they made a slight wording change to the catalog that detailed the classes available. And now we have the Wall Street Journal, several months later, doing an expose on it, and all the DIE consultants and the school board members in ETHS, and of course all these race hustling administrators at ETHS are all now out and proud about it, and this is the evasive action we're taking, and to try to overcome the scourge of whiteness, and so on and so forth. And I just but by the way, I also understand that the president of the school board, Pat Savage Williams, I think is her name, is the DIE coordinator for New Trier. Isn't that interesting? Maybe New Trier should do the same thing, although it'd be kind of lonely for the two minority students there. The comment on the continued race hustle in K through 12 in Illinois, since you spent so much time analyzing the data, writing about it, we spent so much time talking about it. The state report card, we spent a lot of time talking about, just abysmal. And this is the response you get from one of the bigger school systems in the metropolitan area.
Yeah, I think that the big concern I have is how poorly they're managing, the true expectations of kids, and then trying to demand excellence. And instead, they're so obsessed about equity. And the story that needs to be told more and more is how places like in Decatur, they've reached equity. But it's not because they've got blacks scoring much higher. It's because they've got whites scoring much lower. And this is what happens when you fail to educate and fail to have merit, and you demand excellence and achievement. And in Decatur public schools, fascinating. There's about 1,700 of them, 2,000 maybe, white kids in the Decatur public schools, and only 12%. And I refuse to believe this, but only 12% of whites in Decatur can read at grade level. And that's kind of close to whatever it is, the 6% for blacks. But they've achieved equity, right? It's just that none of them can read. And if we're not careful, that's the same kind of stuff we'll do by just dumbing down everything. So move over to Evanston. I remember it's been a few years now, but I remember analyzing a report that was done by Evanston, one of the schools in the district. And the first paragraph of their analysis of the education gaps was, in the first paragraph, they blamed white supremacy. They said, is white supremacy that's doing that? And that shocked me. And that led to the Civil Rights Commission coming in and, trying to challenge Evanston. But here you go. You've got this. They've continued on. They're segregating, which is unbelievable. They're doing segregation. They're doing these affinity groups. And it can't be good, right? Because if you look at what's happening in the rest of the state, you're just setting different standards for different kids. And, the standards that these black kids or these Latino kids need to have is the standards of excellence and merit, not of some non-white something. And what's interesting, you mentioned Pat Savage Williams. Yes, she is the DIE coordinator at New Trier. And if you look there, this is probably the message for every school district, for every parent listening. This stuff's happening in your school district. At New Trier, we've got these affinity groups that meet now. And these are after-school groups. And these affinity groups allow students who share an identity, what's called a marginalized identity, to get together. And so the groups are, for example, Black Student Alliance, Latinx, Mixed Race, Muslim Student Association, Young Asians with Power, and my favorite one is the White Anti-Racist Affinity Group.
The White
Anti-Racist
Group?
Yeah, they spend all their time self-flagellating. They just meet to whip themselves over their whiteness. Right.
Yeah,
I
watched a video of them describing that. It's crazy.
Well, like some of this stuff, I don't want to take it too far. You have I remember on campus in college, you have the black student groups and as you were mentioning, the other affinity groups, or you have the black fraternities and black sororities and stuff. So okay, fine, that's fine. But the segregating classes and promoting the segregation of classes and the, as I want to say, not so soft bigotry of low expectations in the direction of minority students, the patronizing attitudes from these anti-racist, quote unquote, whites, as well as from the race hustlers who make a living by creating boogeymen. That's where the line crosses, right? I mean, Bob Woodson says this too. He says it's not about you can do blacks only something, but if it's black students or black adults getting together to do something in community with one another, fine. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about basically end running Brown v. Board of Education and going back to separate but equal, or separate is how we get to equal. I mean, it is such poison. It is so nonsensical. It is completely unsupported by any sort of scholarship. And yet it just passes with not much mention or concern.
Well, yeah, and Dan, it's important. Yeah, I'm not against groups meeting all the time, whatever, right? Everybody should be able to do what they want. But a lot of these are school sponsored, and they have an agenda.
Yeah.
If you follow Pat Savage Williams, her goals is all about this equity obsession, and it's also funny too when you start seeing groups, but then you have this white anti-racist affinity group that has to fit into this thing that is focused on understanding whiteness, exploring white culture, white racial identity, and anti-racist equity work. It's all part of that other game, and it has nothing to do with the camaraderie of a group, or even blacks getting together to understand how to perform better. It's much more of a grievance groups, really.
Absolutely. Ted Dabrowski, President of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor Program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs.
Food for the Poor is working with local partners to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And guess what? Your business can be a part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. And thanks to a generous match, that donation will help feed more than 30 children for an entire year.
When you do that, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
Call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. Or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Food banner.
TV news. It's a love-hate relationship. Well, let's be honest. More hate. We agree. That's why we're different. Salem News Channel has assembled the greatest collection of conservative minds all in one place. Home to Charlie Kirk, Hugh Hewitt, Eric Metaxas, and more. There's finally a place on TV for lovers of freedom like you. Watch anytime on any screen. Free 24/7. Find what you're looking for at snc.tv. That's snc.tv.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, I'm just going through some videos and some pictures of our trip to Haiti and the before and afters of, how Food for the Poor came in to help villages. I'm going to tweet that out if you want to see at Amy Jacobson. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk more about that very topic at 8:08.
But now let's head into that newsroom. A very cold day, sunshine but chilly. Here's Mike Scott.
Police are investigating reports of a shooting near NU's Chicago campus. Work begins on 2 new shelter sites for migrants in Chicago, and the Bears beat the Vikings. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
A ceasefire violation. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, which explains the black smoke seen rising over Gaza the last few hours. Israel blames Hamas.
They are reporting 3 separate explosions at 2 different locations in northern Gaza that injured a number of Israeli soldiers. They describe the injuries as light at this point, and they go on to say at one of the locations, Hamas militants opened fire on their forces, and they responded with live ammunition. Now, Hamas releasing a statement of their own, blaming the Israelis for violating the agreement.
That's Fox's Trey Inks. This happened on the first of a 2-day extension, with 20 more Israelis supposed to be set free in a swap for more Palestinian prisoners. Evan Gershkovich is going to be in jail for at least 2 more months in Russia after a court in Moscow extended the American journalist's detention. He's accused of being a spy, which the U.S. and the Wall Street Journal deny, demanding his release. Southeast Raleigh High School closed today in North Carolina. The day after a 15-year-old student was stabbed in a fight in the gym and died. Another student in custody.
School should be a safe haven for our students and staff. What happened here today is unacceptable.
Superintendent Robert Taylor, 11 years after the massacre at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut, a group of student victims' families offering a settlement with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who had claimed it never happened and is now in bankruptcy after being court-ordered to pay them $1.5 billion.
The family's giving him the option of liquidating his estate and giving the proceeds to creditors or paying them $85 million over a decade, plus half of any income over $9 million a year. Jones repeatedly called the 2012 shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School that left 20 children and 6 educators dead a hoax on his InfoWars talk show and website, saying it was staged in an effort to tighten gun laws.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. There'll be a memorial service today for former First Lady Rosalind Carter. Jimmy Carter, the ex-president, expected to attend. America.
Mostly sunny skies. It will be partly sunny throughout the day. 15 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An off-duty Chicago police officer, the victim of a robbery last night, one of at least a half dozen across the city, according to Chicago police. The off-duty officer was getting out of a vehicle around 10:30 last night in the Portage Park neighborhood when 4 jumped out of a nearby car with handguns and a rifle, robbing him. The investigators did return to the scene overnight, finding a badge on the ground and some other items. An investigation continues following reports of a shooting on Northwestern Chicago campus. It happened outside of Wiebold Hall on Chicago Avenue. Later, university officials said everything was clear and assailants were in custody. However, Chicago police say no offenders are in custody. Governor Pritzker is confirming that construction will continue this week on 2 new shelter sites for migrants in Chicago, including a base camp in Brighton Park and a brick-and-mortar site in the Little Village neighborhood. Chicago family is safe after they were rescued off a Colorado mountain, Greenhorn Mountain in Pueblo County. Authorities say the family of 5 had gone out for a hike without food or proper clothing. Justin Fields marched his team down the field in the final minute of Chicago's 12-10 win over the Vikings on Monday Night Football.
Play clock at 4. Good snap, good hold, good kick. Bears are back on top with 10 seconds to go.
Cairo Santos with the game winner. Buck and Aikman on the Monday Night Football call. Bulls tonight take on Boston. Blackhawks will battle the Seattle Kraken. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. With decades of C-suite experience, Turnkey knows small business. Their team of veteran consultants know how to reduce costs and grow new revenue streams. Turnkey has solutions for your business. Visit Turnkey.pro, Turnkey.pro. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Boeing shares are up 2%. Analysts at RBC Capital are upbeat about the plane maker and are predicting favorable conditions next year after a year of supply chain disruptions and lowered expectations. Crude oil futures are higher this morning after a 4-day losing streak. Traders are waiting for a meeting this week of OPEC and its allies, including Russia. The in-person gathering last week was delayed, raising speculation of dissent among OPEC Plus members. It will now be an online meeting held Thursday. Avidity Biosciences shares are rallying on news that it has a new collaboration with Bristol Myers, including significant funding. Avidity is working on new treatments for cardiovascular diseases using RNA therapeutics. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
Charlie Kirk explains how to win in 2024.
When you see a smaller and smaller radical group of people make decisions that harm the welfare of your nation, you are willing to pursue other political choices. No more despair. Let's get to work. I hear all the time, but Charlie, they're going to steal it and they're going to stop it. Get to work.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been around a long time. Every one of us, as we age, realizes that things are changing in our bodies, in the world around us. Lots of times I don't like what's happening, so what can I do about it? Well, the one thing we can do is pray, right? The other thing we can do is take better care of ourselves. I do that by taking Balance of Nature because I'm not really good at nutrition. I'm too busy, I'm on the run, and I don't eat enough vegetables, and I certainly don't eat enough fruit. And when I take Balance of Nature, I can feel good that I've done something for myself that I can actually control. So take control. Get Balance of Nature.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
This is Seth Leibson of AM960thepatriot.com for townhall.com. After an unprecedented terrorist attack that can only be called a slaughter committed by Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, Hamas also took over 200 innocents hostage. Among those killed and taken hostage, dozens of Americans. The American president then dispatched 2 aircraft carrier groups to the Middle East, carriers that can unleash holy hell. Then, the president pressured our ally, who was attacked by the terrorists, to cease fire and engage a prisoner-hostage swap. Israel was to release violent criminals and terrorists supportive of Hamas, stop hunting down terrorists, and Hamas would release some of the hostages they took. Several tranches of hostages have now been released by Hamas. Only one un-American. One. This is a thumb in the eye of America and Americans, resultant from weak and misprioritized American leadership. We're heading down a road that leads very clearly to the loss of more innocent life. It is, bluntly speaking, a posture of weakness. I'm Seth Leibson.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Testosterone levels are at an all-time low. Individual T levels decline 1% every year. Chalk, CHOQ, is the new champion of natural testosterone boosters. Chalk's main ingredient is clinically studied to naturally boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity and boost your daily energy with Chalk's Male Vitality Stack. For a limited time, our listeners will get 30% off at CHOQ.com with promo code USA. CHOQ.com, code USA.
8:09, let's get an update on the roads. Of course, we do that in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. And for our Metro friends, the BNSF line is about an hour behind schedule due to switch problems near Congress Park and near Cicero this morning. Addison, DuPage County, accident, US 20 and Wooddale Road. Delays in Bartlett because of an accident. Oak and Railroad. On the Veterans Memorial Toll Road, we're spotting delays this morning on the northbound side of 355 between I-55 all the way to Maple. And the Tri-State brake lights northbound on 294 between 87th and 31st. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
It'll be very cold today. Intervals of sun and clouds. A high today at 24. Partly cloudy cold night tonight, low 21. Mostly sunny for tomorrow. A bit milder, high 40. Clouds Thursday, the high 47. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
15 at O'Hare, 16 Midway, 4 above in Aurora, 17 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Welcome to Haiti. We're with a group of radio hosts, so please join us on this journey as we travel through Haiti and the good work that Food for the Poor does for those in need.
The other two big problems in this community are water. The only source of water is from an irrigation canal. They do drink from it because it's the only choice that they have, but it makes the kids sick. They've even had some cases of cholera. And then food. Food is a big problem. Marie was telling me earlier that she was able to feed her kids a little bit of cornmeal this morning that she got from a neighbor, but nothing else to eat today.
When you do find food, but there's not enough for everybody, how do you decide who gets to eat?
I rather give each one the smallest portion so that everyone can find something to hold their hearts.
What gives her strength to keep on going and to keep fighting?
I pray to God. Sometimes I wake up and I can't get up, but I pray to God and I ask for strength.
Dan and Amy, and today, Giving Tuesday, is a triple match on our holiday campaign to aid the efforts of Food for the Poor in Haiti and Latin America in providing life-saving food to those in need. We're pleased to be joined again by Paul Jacobs from Food for the Poor. Paul, thanks for being with us.
Great to be with you guys.
Since we chatted last, we've got a few donors came across the transom that's worth mentioning just because of some of the comments they made. Karen and Beecher, thank you, Karen. I'm donating because I still can. My income is limited, but I know what I'm having for dinner this week, and I feel this is the best way to share what charitable funds I have. It's a very nice sentiment. Michael in Naperville, I was moved by the stories what Amy Jacobson shared on the radio this morning, like the one in part you just heard. So we appreciate those donors, and we ask that everybody else follow the example of Karen and Michael, for example.
It's interesting. What's your why? There have been so many things that have really come at us in this giving season, this giving holiday season. So many different challenges, and it's a time where you quite frankly, you open your heart up. I mean, you set that extra plate or that seat at that table on Thanksgiving, and it continues all the way through the Christmas holiday. I would even dare say the savings that you enjoyed with Black Friday and Cyber Monday, turn that to Giving Tuesday today, where every dollar that you give is matched today only with $3 worth of food. And everybody has a different why, and you heard some of those that gave. I love Jennifer. She's from, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Batavia? Batavia. If you're from Batavia, if you would please dial toll-free 844-862-4673. I can practice it. But listen to what she said. Our family's blessed, and we have all that we need and much that we want. Giving those in need giving to those in need in a small way, it shows our gratitude for what we have. Isn't that the sentiment of what Giving Tuesday and really this entire holiday season is? To be just grateful to what you have, not to guilt you into giving, but to be grateful and then turn back as we expand our definition of family and community to another child, another family.
Yeah, Keith from Sugar Grove, $80, and wrote, because I'm able to give and I want to help others. And that's so true. They're anonymous, $80, Palatine. Wow. Food for the poor saves lives. And it's true. I mean, there's so many different charities that you could give to, especially, during this holiday season. But we've teamed up with you because we see the good work that you've done firsthand. You have invited our staff, not only myself, Mike Gallagher, Dan, I know you were scheduled to go too. But you meet the people who you help. You see people walk miles, not only for food, but then, to get medical care. I was, to get some immunizations and to help kids that are malnourished. I remember this peanut butter goo that you gave kids that were they were just so weak and could barely, keep their eyes open, and that helped them. And it's a great Christian organization, and you've been around since 1982 for a reason. But are you still, when we went to Haiti, because you don't only just help Haiti, you help kids and families in third world countries. Like there's Honduras, Guatemala, there's a number of Latin American countries that you help. But what about the orphanages? Because we were there in Haiti, and they dropped a toddler off. And he was sleeping on Snoopy sheets. They put him in a back bedroom, and these cute little kittens that were barely alive themselves snuggled up to him. And he slept there for hours because we were there for a long time. Are you still helping those orphanages?
More than ever. The need of children's homes, children's nutritional centers is really what they are. Long-term care. We were just in Guatemala where we visited a nutritional center, and we saw these children that are there months at a time, children as young as 18 months old. I held this little baby. I remember saying to myself, boy, this little 6-month-old is so tiny. I could feel the bones of their spine. It was so very fragile. I'm a dad myself, 3 daughters, and I'm like all over again. I'm nervous, holding this little 6-month-old child. I hand the child back to the nursing assistant, and I said, this little infant is just so fragile. And she told me, well, we're trying to help him survive to his 2nd birthday. I said, 2nd birthday? That child was 18 months old. Oof. They were so severely malnourished. But that child is going to be there until that child is able to be back on his feet again. And there are more children like this that are, quite frankly, surrendered by their parents, surrendered by the system because their parents and their families, their community cannot feed them. And this is where you come in. Your business benefactor gift, if you're a business or a ministry, takes 94 children today on Giving Tuesday and delivers them the hope that they need through life-saving food.
And the number to call real quick, I'm sorry, Dan, 844-862-4673. We can't say it enough. 844-862-4673, or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor.
So, Paul, I mean, just give us the mechanics of this, how this actually works in a place like Haiti in terms of the Food for the Poor's infrastructure, your local partners, how you get the resources to the people in need, just the blocking and tackling of it.
Oh, it's so simple. Your heart is burning to give. You have a why. You have a decision that you want to make a difference, and you make your call. You click that Give Life banner at right there on the website at 560theanswer.com, and then we receive your generous gift. We turn that around and we work on either purchasing food, or we just literally get food donated from other ministry partners and get get it shipped into country. Container is then arriving into the Haiti's ports. We get that container into a distribution center. Amy's been there. She's seen the efficiency. She's seen the work. She's seen the literally mounds of rice and non-perishable foods. Then it gets delivered to a ministry partner and a regional feeding center, or in this particular case, we were talking about a nutritional center out in some area or some community where teams, tens and sometimes hundreds of children are coming to get long-term care to survive. And then what happens is you see the transformation, one life at a time, one family at a time, one community at a time. We had a group of men that were basically hired because our ministry partner couldn't make it to our Port-au-Prince office. So a number of our team members decided, well, we're just going to take the journey to them with this food because they needed this food. The children needed to get this food. And our guys literally got to a certain point where they couldn't go any further without waiting for a barge. They spent the night away from their families overnight in these trucks, sitting upright in these trucks, waiting for the barge so that they could load up this food onto this barge and make it to a far off community. This is the level of dedication that you are resourcing right now. And then, of course, on the other end was a pastor, a local ministry partner that receives that food off that barge and gets it to these families.
How dangerous is it? You know, Amy mentioned I was scheduled to go, and I couldn't go because the decision was made that it was too dangerous at the time. I think it was shortly before the Haitian president was assassinated.
Yeah.
So we couldn't. Me and the other hosts at the time couldn't go. Plus, you know, I'm too valuable. So I can't be put in harm's way. But I mean, so the ministry partners, the people who work for Food for the Poor. I mean, how dangerous is the work of? You wouldn't think it would be dangerous, but how dangerous is the work of getting the resources and making sure they're not stolen. They're making sure that people are safe in terms of just providing this life-saving food.
Yeah, I can't sugarcoat it or put rose-colored glasses over it. It is dangerous. It is a literally a life-threatening situation on a daily basis. For our partners working in Haiti are also our staff. We have a staff of over 300 in our facility in Port-au-Prince and spread throughout the country, quite frankly. And so it is very dangerous. But then we have the support of local authorities. We have the support of ministry partners. We have the infrastructure to be able to, whether it's clearing roads to get from point A to point B or taking barges to go around seaports so that we can safely deliver. But the point being is that throughout all the danger, throughout all of the civil unrest and a lot of the things that are happening in Haiti, and we cannot wait for an international force to come in to clear the roads. We have to get these families and these children fed. And so we continue our work, and which is why your gift is so vitally needed right now more than ever.
And today is Giving Tuesday, so what's the match here? What is Food for the Poor going to do?
Well, for every $1 of food, that means your gift of $80 is going to provide $3 worth of food. So typically that gift of $80 would provide one child food for a year, 2 meals a day. But because it's Giving Tuesday, it's a triple match. Now that $80 gift provides 3 children food for an entire year. We had a gift, an anonymous gift. I just have to give a shout out because I love this. We tell these stories for a reason because we want you to just transport you there in your heart. And we had a gift of $500. That $500 is going to be triple matched to help even more children. And I love what they wrote. It was an anonymous gift, and they said, "We're just giving because of Amy's big heart." I love that.
Oh, there you go.
Powerful. But every dollar is going to have triple match of $3 worth of food.
Come on, Amy's big heart is worth more than $500. Let's go. 844-862-4673, toll free. 844-862-4673. Also, go to the website 560theanswer.com and click on the red Give Life banner to donate.
And everything that we're talking about, I'm tweeting out right now. Like I talked about the kid at the orphanage, that poor child. I'm going to tweet out a picture of that. And then the water situation where people are bathing in the water, animals are drinking the water, and people are drinking the water as well. So you help too with water purification systems and teaching that. I remember when we went to visit, I think it was Savant Capri, and they had recently built their houses there, and they were teaching them how to use the bathroom because they had never flushed a toilet in their life.
Yeah. It's interesting how poverty is generational in places like Haiti or Guatemala or Honduras. And I remember being on a trip where a mother, I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. A mother said that her name was Dorona. And she said, I don't know what this is. I've never had this in my life growing up. She was talking about a flushing toilet. She didn't know how to properly give proper nutrition to her children until Food for the Poor and our ministry partners came in and started to show her how to break down the food, because she basically would get maybe a little fruit that fell off of a local farm, or maybe a handful of rice, and that was it. There's no protein, there's no nutrition, nothing. And now she's eating. Now her children are eating properly. Now they're growing and they're thriving. And now with the money that she earns, she doesn't have to scrounge and scrape to buy a little bit of food that's not even enough, but she can now invest that to send her children to school. It's just a holistic process that you're investing in these families.
We need our business community to step up, our business leaders. That's why we have the Business Benefactor Program again this year. Tax-deductible gift of $2,500 to Food for the Poor. And we at AM 560 will give your business 41-minute commercials that air on our airwaves Monday to Friday, prime broadcast hours between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. So it's a double. You get to do some good work, as Paul is describing, be underwriting the good work, the life-saving work, and you also get a great marketing package for your business to expand your business. To participate in the Business Benefactor Program, you call Ann Jeanette. She's our General Sales Manager. Ann Jeanette's number is 847-472-8951. Again, that's Ann Jeanette at 847-472-8951 to become a business benefactor.
And we want to thank Century 21 Circle Real Estate for becoming a business benefactor. They're one of the first ones. And then High Tech vs. High Tech book that's going to be out. So thank you to both of those companies and authors for helping out during this Giving Tuesday.
Paul Jacobs, Food for the Poor, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and God bless you all.
God bless you.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
You've heard me talk about my love of coffee over and over again. I'm here to tell you I have discovered one of the best brews I've ever tasted, and a company that I cannot wait to support. I'm here to tell you about Bone Frog Coffee. The Bone Frog is a sacred symbol in the SEAL teams. It honors those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. Bone Frog was founded by Tim Crook Shank, a former Navy SEAL and 25-year Navy veteran. Bone Frog honors the fallen, those who gave everything for our freedoms and our American way of life, by giving 10% of all the proceeds to benefit many of the U.S. Navy SEAL foundations. Here's what I need you to do. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Get 10% off your first order. You will also get 15% off Bone Frog Coffee subscriptions. Just enter Liberty at checkout. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. That's bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Taste one of the best brews you ever tasted. 10% of the proceeds go to benefit the Navy SEALs. You'll feel good. It's an American company. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty.
Feels strange talking about vitamins, or not vitamins, fruits and vegetables. And if you don't get enough on your own, that's where Balance of Nature comes in. There's 31 whole fruits and vegetables, real food, real nutrition, and people who take it say they have an increased energy and the ability to keep doing the things that they love even as they get older. I have met some people who take it. They take the fruit capsules and chew on those to satisfy their sweet tooth. So if you want to be proactive, if you want to try taking care of your temple, try Balance of Nature. The number to call is 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code KLG or simply go online to balanceofnature.com, discount code KLG.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085. 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second-generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old-school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest-growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Nick Sandman Redux, Deadspin targets a pre-adolescent Chiefs fan at 8:38.
But first, let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Outside, 15 degrees at 8:30 on AM 560, The Answer. And this morning, Israel's military says its own soldiers have been attacked in Gaza today, breaching terms of a truce with Hamas terrorists. Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
The Israeli Defense Forces report 3 devices exploded near troops in 2 different parts of northern Gaza. At one of those locations, the IDF says what it calls terrorists opened fire and the Israelis fired back. A number of soldiers, we're told, were slightly injured. There's no word on whether these alleged incidents will jeopardize ongoing negotiations to release Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. A 2-day extension to the truce went into effect this morning. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
While the Biden administration has been focusing much of its attention on Israel's war with Hamas, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken reaffirmed U.S. ongoing support for Ukraine today. Secretary Blinken speaking at NATO headquarters a short time ago.
We will be strongly reaffirming our support for Ukraine as it continues to face Russia's war of aggression.
This comes amid concerns a new Ukraine aid package will be held up by disagreements in Congress. A tribute service for the late former First Lady Rosalind Carter will be held in Georgia later today. Rescuers in India are on the verge of reaching 41 construction workers trapped in a collapsed mountain tunnel for over 2 weeks after drilling their way through to get to them. Rescuers have resorted to manual digging after the drilling machine broke down because of the rocky and mountainous terrain. An off-duty Chicago police officer was the victim of a robbery last night, one of at least a half dozen across the city. 4 people got out of a car with handguns and a rifle and robbed the off-duty officer around 10:30 in the Portage Park neighborhood. Governor J.B. Pritzker is touting his efforts to attract new business throughout the state. And during a discussion with Crane Chicago Business, he also discussed concerns around the city of Chicago and crime.
Violent crime actually has been coming down for 3 years, but in particular over the last year, violent crime is coming down.
The governor took questions Monday from the publication during a midday event and claimed that while over the past 2 years, Illinois has seen several large companies move their headquarters from the state has done a good job of trying to replace those companies. The 2024 election cycle in Illinois is underway. Monday opening the week-long window for candidates of the two major parties to file nominating petitions. The window for major party candidates to file closes December 4. Cook County races include the battle to replace outgoing Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx. Justin Fields marched his team down the field in the final minute, and Chicago's 12-2 win over the Vikings was sealed by Cairo Santos.
Play clock at 4. Good snap, good hold, good kick. Bears are back on top with 10 seconds to go.
Monday Night Football, Buck and Aikman on the call, and the Bears winners over the Vikings. Bulls take on the Celtics tonight. The Blackhawks will battle Seattle. The news, a service of Wilkins Hyundai and Mazda in Elmhurst. Experience the next level of excellence at Wilkins Hyundai and Mazda, just minutes from Oak Brook, downtown, and Schaumburg in Elmhurst. View new and pre-owned inventory online at wilkinscars.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager knows the Democrats' kryptonite.
The whole attack on Musk as being anti-Semitic or allowing hate on Twitter, or now X, is to shut him down, because the left always suppresses free speech. There's no example of the left being in power, whether in a country or at an institution, and not shutting down dissent.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been blessed to have a wonderful career for a lot of years. People still come up to me all the time, and they go, "How are you, Kathy Lee? How's your va-va-voom?" And I laugh with them, and I tell them, still going strong, still taking my balance of nature every day, and telling all my friends and loved ones to do the same. Because it's balance of nature, changing the world, one life at a time.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee. Online at papanicholas.com.
8:37. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Blindster.com. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows. Shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. The Eden still a mess, 39 minutes. Lake Cook Road into the junction. The Kennedy's solid right now. Accident blocking a left-hand lane inbound near Austin. It's an hour and 45 minutes from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike right now, an hour 25 from 390 into the old post office. Stevenson posting a travel time of about 61 minutes from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. A solid half hour on the inbound Dan Ryan, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Inbound Bishop Ford, an accident being pulled out of your way between the Stony Island feeder and Cottage Grove. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Another very cold day. Clouds and sunshine with a high of 24. Partly cloudy and cold, low 21 overnight. Currently 15 at O'Hare, 16 at Midway, 5 above in Aurora. And your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You know how we talk about this with respect to the race hustle, that where racism doesn't exist, the race hustlers will invent it because they have to, because this is their path to political power, relevance, status, particularly in media.
Yeah, it's their profession. Really.
And so we have another case. I mean, this guy is named Karen Phillips. He's a writer for Deadspin.
Did you say his name is Karen?
Carron.
Okay.
Kron, I don't know. Don't know. Don't want to go full Key and Peele here. Okay. Anyway, it's just I did the recent podcast with Lionel Shriver, the great author. We Need to Talk About Kevin and other novels. And, you know, she said in Britain, where she lives, although she's moving to Portugal because, well, for the same reason I moved from Chicago. Anyway, she said, you know, in the UK, people are at are at their back teeth now with all this race and gender identity silliness. They are just fed up with it, and maybe they're not as vocal as the identitarians, but they don't like it, they don't believe in it, and they want to go back to the way things were. They don't want their pronouns policed and other such instances. They don't want everything to be force-fed through the prism of race. Well, we'll see.
Isn't that what most of us want here, too, though?
I don't know. I don't know what most of us want. I guess it depends what the here is. In Chicago, that's not what I see. It's not what I hear. In Chicagoland? No, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know.
If anything will wake them up, I think it's the migrants that are coming, because people are so upset about it. I mean, it's really affected the black community, and when black people speak as a group, people listen. I feel like our city leaders listen more than if it was just, you know, some women from Lakeview, if you know what I mean.
I don't know. I mean, how is that racial? I mean, in fact, a lot of the argument is identitarian in nature. Mm-hmm. Us versus them. Us first in line against them. I mean, and I don't disagree with them because they're tax-paying residents of Chicago, and people who coming here, being bussed here because they've been allowed to enter this country illegally, mostly, some exceptions, but mostly that's the case. Yeah, I mean, they have an argument, but it's still offered through the angle of race, in part, by some. So I don't know. I'm not seeing that. I don't think so. But these people still need to be called out, because maybe it starts to get to a point where people who've been resistant say, okay, finally a bridge too far. Okay, finally I'm tapping out. I don't know. It's hopeful. sort of, I mentioned in the tease before the news, Nick Sandmann redux. Let's vilify somebody. Oh, and then now we understand, or at least some people came to understand, how inaccurate was the vilification of Nick Sandmann. And then some news outlets had to pay Nick Sandmann for their libelous coverage. Well, maybe this will happen to Deadspin with this story by Karen Phillips.
All right.
The NFL needs to speak out against the Kansas City Chiefs fan in blackface and native headdress. It's a boy who's probably, I don't know, 10 years old. And he pictured him. It takes a lot to disrespect two groups of people at once, but on Sunday afternoon in Las Vegas, a Kansas City Chief found a way to hate black people and Native Americans at the same time.
Oh, my God.
Hate, dude. This 10-year-old kid expressing his fandom for the Chiefs is, white supremacist hate monger. This is what these people have to think about and write about and search about to find. This is how desperate they are. They are the Sasquatch hunters of race. He goes on. Why did the camera person give this fan attention? Sure, the camera person also. Let's go. Let's rope him in, too. Why did the producer allow the camera angle to be aired at all? Is that fan a kid, teenager, young adult? I mean, young adult. Not even close. Despite their age, who taught that person what they were wearing was appropriate? The answers to all those questions lead back to the NFL. While it isn't the league's responsibility to stop racism and hate from being taught in the home, that's a pretty big assumption. They're a league that has relentlessly participated in prejudice. If the NFL had outlawed the chop at Chiefs games and been more aggressive in changing the team's name, then we wouldn't be here.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
No, in fact, if they hadn't, if the Redskins, for example, hadn't caved, we wouldn't be here. If these ignorant race hustlers, which is redundant, were not given any quarter, then we wouldn't be here.
This kid, Dan, looks like he's 8 years old, and
Well,
half of his face is painted in black, and the other half is painted in red. He's not in blackface.
Right. And
Even
that
that's blown out of
that argument was made. Oh, it's the Kansas City Chiefs colors, and he's red.
Yeah.
And here's Karen Phillips's response. For the idiots in my mentions who are treating this as some harmless act because the other side of his face was painted red, I could make the argument that it makes it worse. Y'all are the ones who hate Mexicans but wear sombreros on Cinco.
Oh, boy.
This is the sort of intellect that you're dealing with.
I don't think this person could be helped, but go on. This is.
Oh, no, this is no. He's way beyond any sort of help. Did you see this? It persists. Because not enough people, I mean, he's getting response, although I tried to respond, and you have to be following him or he following you to respond to his tweets, because I would love to engage. But this stuff just persists because...
Smearing this young little kid as a racist, my God. Because remember with Nick, I mean, they tried to get him thrown out of college. He was accepted at some university, and then they called and formed a solidarity against him to get him kicked out so that he wouldn't have a collegiate career.
And so, so this kid's been targeted by the left, and somebody will identify who he is, and then, this will be part of his permanent record. This just happened recently, another instance like this. La Jolla High School in California. When La Jolla High School played Morse High School under the Friday Night Lights on October 13th, students from the surrounding San Diego area filled the stadium to cheer on their respective teams. J.A., a middle schooler from Muirlands Middle School, attended the game with another student and that student's mother. To show support for his team, J.A. let his friend put eye black paint on his face. A security guard even complimented the design. A week after the game, J.A. was called into a disciplinary meeting with his parents at the middle school. He was told he'd be suspended for school for 2 days and was no longer allowed to attend future athletic events because he wore, quote-unquote, blackface to the football game. And again, now this kid's picture has been bandied about and is, to some extent, his identity has been exposed. He's got blackface on. I mean, a black eye on, not black face on. Black eye, like you see, yeah, like you see NFLers do. Not just like right under the eyes, but when they do the whole like design on half their face. That's essentially what he did.
It looks like Batman to me. I see some college players doing it in some NFL where, yeah,
right.
So that's what he did, and they're saying that that's blackface.
Yeah,
and he's been suspended from school.
Yes. No one complained, said anything negative about his son's eye black while at the game. The school's principal failed to specify how they found out about the incident. But now he's being represented by, one of the nonprofit law firms that take up cases like this, arguing this is a First Amendment case. But it's even beyond even the First Amendment. I don't know. I mean, all this talk we have about bullying, everybody's being bullied and bullying, and stop bullying.
This is bullying to me.
And yet you have these rapacious, race-hustling nitwits can target kids with impunity and try to brand them as racists. And by the way, this is in the press. This is obviously, per the California example, in school districts.
Got a lot of text messages. Dan and Amy, these fake journalists are going to get someone hurt or killed. They need a taste of their own medicine. Another one, I find it interesting that they're saying that they're journalists when they're masquerading as leftists.
Ban the tomahawk chop at Chiefs games or Braves games, Ted Turner. But what does that look like? How are you going to enforce that? No, I know. That's what I said. I'll tell you. That's what it takes. It takes to come to your front door. So this is why I'm a proponent. Force the Blackhawks to change their name. Force the Blackhawks to change their iconography. That's the only way that all of these P-hats in Chicago will get riled up about kids being pushed around by adults looking for scapegoats to propagate their race-hustling nonsense. So let's go. Go ahead. Take the Blackhawks. See if anybody cares. Byron, Western Suburbs.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Just kind of a way out different look that I have is, why are these journalists using the English language? Wasn't that the language of the colonists? Wasn't that the language of the imperialists that took over everything? Come on, shouldn't you be using the language of an indigenous people? So anyway, happy holidays.
Thanks for the call, Byron. Well,
it's so weird for that middle
he
school.
He barely is using the English language, at least in any sort of way that's intelligible. But I take your point.
I'm seeing pictures of the middle school game where they said he was wearing blackface when he was really just doing the inspired trend of athletes applying large amounts of makeup under their eyes. There's so many other kids there that have face paint on. And did any of them subject to discipline?
Well, the point, of course, of all of this is that it's arbitrary because they're just looking for scapegoats. That's what the left does. It's mascots and scapegoats. Text from 312. The most offensive part of the story is where he suggests the NFL is somehow on the political right. That's funny. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Cold floors? The problem is probably down below in the basement or crawl space. Hi, I'm Roy Spencer with Permaseal. I'm happy to say that we can now help make your basement and crawl space warmer and therefore your upstairs more comfortable with our new product, PermaFoam. We spray this insulating foam between your floor joists, which will not only increase your energy efficiency, but but will also deter insects, rodents, and is mold and mildew resistant. Permafoam can be installed in just one day and is twice as effective as the old-fashioned fiberglass bats. For over 40 years, homeowners in Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana have trusted Permaseal to make their homes healthier and more valuable. Call a contractor you can rely on. Permaseal. 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325 or visit permaseal.net.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about an opportunity for you to promote your business and to make a difference this Christmas season.
We're talking about our Food for the Poor Business Benefactor program. We've partnered with Food for the Poor to provide life-saving food for thousands of children and their families in Latin America and the Caribbean during this season of economic decline, unemployment, and rising food costs.
Food for the Poor is working with local partners to make sure these children and their families get the food they need to survive. And guess what? Your business can be a part of the solution. Become a Food for the Poor business benefactor by making a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Food for the Poor. And thanks to a generous match, that donation will help feed more than 30 children for an entire year.
When you do that, AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air here on AM 560 The Answer between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday through Friday at no additional cost to you.
Call Anjanette Natowski at 847-472-8951. Again, that's 847-472-8951. Or go to 560theanswer.com and click on the Give Food banner.
This is Seth Liebson of AM960thepatriot.com for townhall.com. After an unprecedented terrorist attack that can only be called a slaughter committed by Hamas, a designated terrorist organization, Hamas also took over 200 innocents hostage. Among those killed and taken hostage, dozens of Americans. The American president then dispatched 2 aircraft carrier groups to the Middle East, carriers that can unleash holy hell. Then, the president pressured our ally, who was attacked by the terrorists, to cease fire and engage a prisoner hostage swap. Israel was to release violent criminals and terrorists supportive of Hamas, stop hunting down terrorists, and Hamas would release some of the hostages they took. Several tranches of hostages have now been released by Hamas. Only one un-American. One. This is a thumb in the eye of America and Americans, resultant from weak and misprioritized American leadership. We're heading down a road that leads very clearly to the loss of more innocent life. It is, bluntly speaking, a posture of weakness. I'm Seth Liebson.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
With the holidays upon us, the increase in traveling, shopping, and connecting online also heightens the need to protect your identity and finances with LifeLock. Identity thieves see this time of year as an opportunity to drain your accounts, open new loans in your name, and damage your financial future. LifeLock detects and alerts you to the threats you might miss on your own. Don't let the busy holiday season catch you off guard. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code CLAY. LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Hi, Wayne Burdick, Health Insurance Specialist. Open enrollment for individual and small group plans has arrived. There are many plan changes for 2024. Let me help you find the right plan. Lower your cost of insurance, reduce deductibles and out-of-pocket expenses. Call now, 847-274-5918, or go to lowercosthealthplans.com. Having an agent is crucial and no cost to you. Call Burdick Insurance at 847-274-5918 or lowercosthealthplans.com.
December 6th, the final GOP debate of the year is on News Nation, America's fastest-growing cable news network. SiriusXM's Megyn Kelly, News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas, and the Washington Free Beacon's Eliana Johnson moderate a live primetime event from the University of Alabama as the candidates make their case to America on the only network for all America. The News Nation Republican primary debate, live December 6th, 8 Eastern. To find News Nation on your TV, go to joinnn.com.
The Daily Herald 2022 Best of the Fox winner for Best Financial Planner is Total Clarity Wealth Management. The 2022 Reader's Choice Award winner for Best Wealth Management Firm and Best Financial Planner is Total Clarity Wealth Management. Are you ready for a change? Choose Total Clarity Wealth Management. With a professional team of financial advisors and CPAs, they can show you the way to financial readiness and keep you on track. Their philosophy is built on solid relationships and trust, with access to expertise in tax planning strategies, 401k rollover services, estate planning, and more. They can help you be ready for anything.
Hi, this is Terry Murphy. The cornerstone of our practice has been to help clients stay focused on their goals throughout life's changes.
Get in touch with them at TotalClarityWealth.com. That's TotalClarityWealth.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Total Clarity Wealth Management, Inc., a registered investment advisor and separate entity from LPL Financial. Awards are based on number of reader votes. This award is not representative of the views of clients and is not indicative of future performance or services.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Lee Gifford, and I've been blessed to have a wonderful career for a lot of years. People still come up to me all the time, and they go, "How are you, Kathy Lee? How's your va-va-voom?" And I laugh with them, and I tell them, still going strong, still taking my balance of nature every day, and telling all my friends and loved ones to do the same. Because it's balance of nature, changing the world, one life at a time.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KLG.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, once again, we want to remind you that it is Giving Tuesday. Help those in need. Partnering up once again with Food for the Poor. The number to call, 844-862-4673, 844-862-4673, or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor. Again, we thank you so much. Any money you give will be tripled. $3 worth of food more. So please help out this holiday season. And thanks to Justin Kosick, our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, our executive producer. We'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Plenty of sunshine today, but frigid, a high right now of 15 degrees. It's 9 a.m. WYUT Chicago.
Will the extended ceasefire hold? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. There was a flare-up of fighting between Israel and Hamas in Gaza on the first of a two-day extension to the pause.
The IDF is claiming that 3 explosive devices detonated in the northern Gaza Strip right near IDF soldiers in 2 locations. In one of those locations, Hamas terrorists